Elmer and Whittier, which is about 3/4 of the way to Seward,
Yeah.
and then drove back up, returned the car in Anchorage,
Oh, no,
and
that
got the train, and then took the train that Friday morning back down to Seward, and then took the cruise, a 7-day cruise out.
Isn't it,
Yeah, the 2 weeks.
isn't it like awesome how empty it is? The thing that impressed me the most, how many outhouses.
I didn't know if Benny was coming or not.
Yeah.
I didn't know if Benny was
It
coming.
was
I haven't
beautiful.
talked to him for a
And
while.
then we took the one-way cruise from Seward to Vancouver. So it was nice.
Wonderful.
We had a really nice time, just my husband and I, so
Oh, Tammy, that's awesome. Well deserved.
thank you. William's gonna be going at the end of next month.
He just went to what, Central Mango or something. Didn't he? Where the hell did he go?
No, but he's gonna be gone for 2 weeks, so we should encourage him to turn off his
Log
phone
into, so I can do it from here. Thank you
for
so
2
much.
weeks. He's going on a vacation, a cruise, I believe.
We're gonna try it better this time.
Okay.
I would
The end of
recommend.
July.
Unfortunately,
Good for him.
you have to talk very
Well,
hard, but for some reason this is lower than
well,
all.
now he could be here tonight if you want.
I've adjusted a bunch,
Just to
but if I adjust it
test
too
things.
high, it'll get feedback. So you might just have to talk.
Thank you.
Annexation, that they're gonna do get some materials to the rapid track. That's coming back around that conversation. But I think I
There's
read,
a meeting coming up,
yes,
so we gotta be in, you saw what the attorneys.
yes. But I saw that the text message also said that he was gonna be providing William some additional information or something like that.
I don't think they realize that.
We have a meeting next week
The meeting next week.
with the city attorneys and.
Katie, do my thing.
Mikey. I did. I responded to you.
Yes, that's right. I have actually, so I guess they changed.
Yeah, it's just, there's been a lot.
It's
So-
individuals.
Oh, it's this week.
It's this week, yeah.
No,
Was
I'm
mine?
saying with, no, not with, with the county.
Yeah, exactly. The Wi-Fi's a little
You're gonna be having
shoddy up
individual.
here, so you might have that.
In July, yes.
The July
Or it
one
might
is
just
the
drop, it
county's
might come back
call.
up.
Right, that's the county, that's,
We can get that because that's. a
I thought
public
they're
meeting.
saying fine. It's just these projectors right now, as you can see.
Other one.
So it's a bit of an issue.
Well, we'll explain it, but you know, I'm telling you, sometimes. All
Got
be
it.
present to discuss something. Really?
I mean, technically we can do them, but then we have to announce them and, you know.
And it's not our meeting, you
No,
know,
no,
if it's
I mean-
somebody calls us
I
to
mean,
invite
if
us
we
to a
wanted
meeting.
to have,
Right,
we could do them, but
but if somebody invites you to a meeting to discuss something, you can't,
that's right.
you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's a joke. For A is. Okay. Okay, is William on?
Yes.
We have William on, everybody's
William,
on.
From my
I
office,
know,
you're
I
gonna
know you
have
called.
Ed Mardos.
he's there. Roger.
Jay, and Roger.
Yeah.
We're on from your firm, Heidi.
For different things, so all three of them.
Okay. Call the vote, please. I mean, the roll
Roll. Mayor Mitchell,
here.
Vice Mayor Fahet,
Here.
Councilman Best,
Present.
Councilwoman Bravo. Here. Councilman Vasquez.
Here.
There is a quorum present.
All right, thank you. I'll stand, please, for the invocation by Councilman Bob Best.
Almighty God, grant us the serenity to recognize things that we cannot change, courage to change that we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. We thank you in Christ our Lord.
I'd like to ask everyone to join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone, to our June 27th City Council meeting. It's nice to see everyone here, and hello to everyone who might be joining us virtually. We're going to go to our first agenda item, which is awards and presentations. And we have a presentation on the Eastern Flight 401 Memorial by Miss Beverly Hazo. Come on up. Or would you rather sit there and talk? Well, we can bring the microphone to you.
Okay.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
Mayor Mitchell and council members, thank you so much for this opportunity to be back here and speak to you once again. I'm Beverly Raposa, and I'm an Eastern Airlines flight attendant survivor of the crash of Eastern 401 into the Everglades, which will be 50 years this December 29th, 11:42 p.m. And I know most of you are familiar with it. I was speaking with Bill. And, you know, when I was here with some of my core group, some of you remember it was about almost 4 years ago that we made a presentation. And that had to be one of the absolute happiest days of my life, because we finally had a home for the Eastern tribute that we wanted to put up to honor these folks. And in the meantime, though, after that, we began working on it, but then life got in the way. We began, my sister was hit with a bone marrow cancer. We lost one of our flight attendant survivors to cancer. The pandemic hit, and then Ron got hit with cancer and has gone through intense treatment. So everything kind of was, you know, put a little bit on hold, and we hadn't raised all that funds for that. But what I come to you tonight with is a request for approval for what I call the 50th anniversary memorial for that Eastern Airlines flight. And what happened was that almost 4 months ago now, a friend of mine called me, and he's a senior flight attendant for Spirit Airlines. And he said, Bev, I know how important this is to you. I remember you telling me that you made a promise to those folks that you would never give up. And I know you said you have home in Miami Springs. The 50th anniversary, let me help you make it a reality. And so what we did was we started, and wow, it has been amazing, absolutely amazing. And so what has happened, we have been working with a very professional company to create the memorial. It's smaller than the memorial, not the memorial, the tribute that we actually presented when we were here 4 years ago. And I gave you, I know Bill gave you a picture of it too, but I gave you this because it has, I'm the point of contact for this one. So any questions, anything you might have, please feel free to reach out to me. But this is actually going to be the memorial. Stands about 3 feet high, and it will be on a slab, a concrete slab, which will be another foot high, okay? The gray and granite, black granite. The black granite on the face of this is the same one used on the Vietnam Memorial in Washington. So we felt it's very respectful, and I know it's hard to read the words on that. And so what it says is on here, Eastern Airlines, EA 401, December 29th, 1972, flight from New York /JFK to Miami /MIA. In loving memory and to honor the 100 souls that perished and the 75 survivors, because, you know, the survivors were just as impacted with this. You know, our lives over the years, and it's, you know, it's been quite a time for us. So the memorial itself is being done by a company, and you see that they're PG Memorials. They have done some beautiful work, and you can look at their site. It's called picturethisongranite.com. But that is the I call it the 50th anniversary memorial that we're proposing. And I know Bill had sent you this, that the city of Miami so graciously gave us a place to place the memorial. And the tribute, Benny and Ron, they're still working on the tribute, but that will be down the road a bit, as we said. But we have had so many family members and friends that have been calling us and asking us, when is something going to happen, which I'm sure all of you have wondered too. And especially this year for the 50th anniversary. And when I talked to two of them recently, and I told them, I said, I have seen a picture of it, and I have seen the names of your loved one on it. They were beyond excitement, beyond excitement. They just couldn't believe it. Last Saturday, or 2 weeks ago Saturday, I was on it used to be called the Eastern Airlines radio show, but now it's the airline radio show. What a response we got to that. And the fact that it was in Miami Springs. You know how many people call me? The host of that show, he used to live in Miami Springs. He was a former captain with Eastern Airlines. People call me and said, oh, Miami Springs. It's been absolutely amazing. So when I said that I would come in, I would talk to everybody about it. I knew that we had to get the approval for this smaller memorial to place. And the thing that I want to impress on you tonight is we are well organized as far as the memorial itself. It is fully paid for, okay? And we are well on our way to having the money for the installation of it. So it is a definite. And it will be dedicated, if you all give the approval, on December 29th of this year, the 50th anniversary. It will be a big event. It will be covered by the media all over the place, you know, because I know, you know, it's so special to so many people. And, you know, the thing about Eastern Flight 401 is that it was a tragic event, but so much good came out of it. Those lives were not lost in vain. You know, crew resource management, which has really helped so many folks, and, you know, working together, and which is used in the health fields too today. And even the fact that the next time you fly, when you walk on, look and see the flashlight by the flight attendant seat. You know what? After the crash, they asked the flight attendants, what would you like to have had that night? And we all said the same thing, a big flashlight. We had these little pen lights, which were in our purse. So a lot of good, you know, came out of it. And Penny, that's working on the tribute, said that especially. But personally, to so many people, Ron, I wish he could be with us tonight. He has just made a move up to the Villages to be closer to his sons. As I said, he suffered cancer last year and is doing well. But well, Ron said, you know, you didn't even have time to say goodbye. It was so fast. His bride, Lily, was sitting next to him. They'd only been married 20 days. She didn't make it. And I remember when we were here, when you so graciously gave us that land, that Ron and I went out on that sidewalk afterwards, and we looked up and we said, we did it. We have a home. You will never, ever be forgotten. And for me, Miami Springs, well, gosh, some of you may know, but if you read about me, I was the nut out there singing the Christmas carols. But this nut actually took her training in Miami Springs. And I lived at the villas down there by Curtis Mansion while we trained. So Miami Springs is really so very special to us. So the other thing too that I want to impress on you, as far as the monument, the memorial is paid for. Money has all been raised for that. The installation, we're really on our way. I have 2 committees already that have been formed that will work with the appropriate people here at the city to plan the actual dedication of it on the 29th of December with, you know, whatever we need, and they will work closely with you. Okay, but I know it's going to be a big event, and I know it will be carried by the media all over the place because of the significance as the 50 years. So for this memorial, as I said, I'm the point of contact. If you have anything or at any time, any questions or anything, feel free to call me or text me or email you. I will then be working with the two teams, the committees that are being formed, and we have support all over the place, even from the former Eastern Airlines flight attendants. So we'll be working closely with them. But again, as I said, it's separate from the tribute. So we don't want to confuse the two. The tribute will be down the road just a bit. This is what I call the 50th anniversary dedication of it. So that's kind of where we're at with it. It is a definite. And to come before you and say that, I'm so excited. I really am. And I don't know if there's anything else that you might have some questions or something on it for me.
Through the chair, Beverly, we can't ask you questions in open forum.
Oh,
Oh,
she's
I'm sorry.
a presentation.
No, it's a
No, she's a
presentation.
presentation, so
Oh.
you can ask.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
well then I'll take my minute then. And you in fact were on that airplane 401.
Oh, yes, I wrote that down. Yes. And you know, there were 101 lives lost, souls that were lost. 75 of us survived. And the NTSB, when they studied it, said this crash was unsurvivable. You're looking at somebody who's been here 50 years, who was blessed, who's been able to take care and do for her mom, dad, and everybody, and now my sister. Yeah,
Wow.
I wrote it down.
We're,
So through the chair.
yes, sir. Go ahead.
First of all, Beverly, thank you. You know, this has been a labor of love and commitment to all those individuals, and I just take my hat off to you. I was reminding Beverly before we started the meeting that I happened to be here that night when they did the presentation. I wasn't on council. My son Victor was working on the Eagle Scout project, and he was doing a merit badge on local government, and William was gracious to meet with him that night. And we came into the meeting, and so he could also, he had to take notes about what the meeting was going to be about. And there it was, Eastern Airlines, and it was an incredible presentation. And I know with, you know, some other bigger things and so forth, but I'm delighted that you're here tonight with this, and I'm happy to support this. Has there been any conversation with our historical society at all? Any conversations about?
I haven't
some
myself. I
collaboration or
know
something?
Ron has.
That's a good
Yeah, with
suggestion.
the-
Yes, absolutely.
With Jamie Petrolanda, the president. And
Okay.
Is Jaime here tonight? He was here last week. Okay. That's a great
I
suggestion,
would just
Councilman.
make a suggestion. You got a few months to, I
Mhm.
think they'd be very helpful, and also bring in some ideas.
Our city
what it
manager
is.
can give you the
City
contact
manager can connect
information.
you to
but
him,
They're a
yeah.
great group, and
Yeah,
Yeah.
former city councilman here. He might have been here that night.
Yes, he was.
He was.
Yeah,
He was there.
Bill was there.
Yeah,
that
Yeah, you
night,
brought that prop in, right? You remember?
yes.
Yes.
That was quite as I said, well, we did the large presentation, and I asked Bill, and he said, I know most of them are familiar with 401 and what happened, you know, out there. I will say I have been out to the Everglades a few times, but it's not one of the places that I travel to all the time.
Really?
But
are there any other questions?
No, just thank you for your efforts. This is beautiful.
Yes.
thank you. So that's what I wanted to be here tonight and respectfully ask you all for the approval to place the monument
We need a
on the
motion
land that you
floor?
so graciously gave us.
I think the voice vote might even
I
work.
think a voice vote is fine. I mean, we've already agreed on this in the
Yes,
past,
yes.
so
Right.
it's
Well,
kind
then
of,
I move, yeah, let's move the. voice vote.
but just anything coordinated through our city manager, through William Alonzo, as far as the ceremony and the placement and everything would go through him.
So we have the approval of the council?
For the placement, now,
Yes.
did we specifically decide? I know we said a general location for the specific
You-
location. I don't think that was
You
decided
did,
on.
and I was going to check with Bill as to where specifically to put it. It will be delivered.
Let me ask you this then.
Yeah.
Get with William, and William, you're on right now.
Yes, I am,
Right.
Mayor, and can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I just, I was going to mention that one of the things we have, we're planning to do is meet with Beverly and probably Eric Ritchie, and now with Jaime from the museum, to go out there and pick a suitable spot, because that's a pretty big area, and originally they were going to take up most of the area with the original design, but this is a smaller one, so we want to go out there and find a suitable spot where we can install this and so that, it does honor to this monument. So we'll be meeting with Beverly and others out there to pick a suitable spot.
So that'll
Okay.
be with our historical board and with our parks board, working with them and our city manager to find the best location in general area. And then once you decide that, William, I'm sure will come back and tell us specifically
Yes,
where it is.
definitely.
Wonderful. All right.
All
Thank
right.
you so
well,
much. It's very fitting that this is here. We're an airline community. That is our
Mhm.
history. So many of our residents or their parents or grandparents
That's right.
worked for Eastern Airlines, and it certainly has a special place in my heart. So thank you very much. And we're looking
Well,
forward
thank
to
you,
this.
Mayor Mitchell and the council. I can't thank you enough for your approval. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope every one of you is there with us on December 29th to dedicate it.
We'll make
Amen.
plans.
It will never be forgotten.
Thank you for so many
much.
years,
Thank
50
you.
years of working on this, and it's coming true. Okay, up next on open forum, we have George Force. Oh, I am so sorry. Yes. I was going through the agenda. I am so sorry. Yes, for open forum, we have first on open forum, Lodi Jean.
Judge.
Good evening, everyone. It's good to be with you. My name is Lodi Jean. I'm actually one of your judges. The easiest way, I'm sorry. My name is Lodi Jean. I'm one of your judges. The easiest way to remember my name is like blue jeans. I think everyone owns a pair of blue jeans. In French Creole, it's Lodi Jean. I am Haitian American. I became the first Haitian American woman to be a judge in Miami-Dade County. I currently serve you all in the criminal division. I like to tell people that I am from Haiti because what we have here in the States, while some may not think it's perfect, it's at least a functioning system of government that I know we don't have back in Haiti. And so, and my mother still lives there. So I get real-time information about what's going on there and what's not going on there. And equal access and fair access to the courts is always in the forefront of my mind when I serve you all. Prior to becoming a judge in 2018, I was a litigator for 14 years. 8 years as an assistant state attorney. I was a supervisor. I handled all the homicide cases that got filed in my division, everything from a simple felony case to a first-degree death penalty case. I handled those cases. I was in private practice for 6 years, immigration law. So I was always in court litigating. I handled deportation-related matters. In the criminal division now, I'm one of 2 judges that serves as a liaison to the Miami-Dade County Schools. So I take on a handful of interns every semester. I benefited from mentors and I like to give back in that way. I'm also very involved with the voluntary bars, such as the Florida Association of Women Lawyers, Haitian American Lawyers Association, Caribbean Bar Association. I can go on and on. It's such a small world. Haiti is actually a good friend. And so I'm also a member of the Cuban American Bar Association. So, it's always good to give back to the legal voluntary bars because they are a good bridge to the community and back to the lawyers. I can tell you that I am one of the judges that's up for election this August. August 23rd is the election. There are 7 seats, 14 candidates. You're going to hear from another candidate soon. He and I are not opposed to each other. So if you like us both, you can vote for both of us. I like to think that I've earned the public's support and confidence. Having been a lawyer now for 18 years, I am known in the community. There's a website, keepjudgejean.com. I even have a Wikipedia page, and I humbly ask for your support and your vote this August 23rd. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, and next on open forum is George Force.
Good evening to the residents, both those that are here and those that are on Zoom, as well as to the mayor, vice mayor, councilman, councilwoman, assistant city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. Before I begin, I do have to use a moment to say, and this is completely appropriate because she did not ask me to do this, that as a lawyer who does spend a good amount of time in court, I can tell everybody listening that Judge Lodi Jean is a fantastic judge. It truly is a labor of love for her, and she truly cares, which for me is one of the most important characteristics for a judge. But without further ado, I wanted to introduce myself. My name is George Force. The reason I'm here is because I'm running for Miami-Dade County Commission, District 6. This is to replace Commissioner Rebecca Sosa, who has held the post for 20 years. I'm blessed to have earned her endorsement as her potential successor. Currently, I serve as a City of Coral Gables Commissioner. I've been there since 2019 when I won the election, and continue to serve through this day, and will continue to serve through November. I've always viewed Coral Gables and Miami Springs as very similar cities. We were both not only just incorporated the same year in 1926, but we have a lot of similar characteristics. I can go on and on. I'm sure you know a lot of them. Our country club, the way our streets are named, the fact that we have a specific architectural style preference. But most important is that I think we view ourselves and try to preserve ourselves as a truly residential community. And as for you folks, is my time up?
No,
Okay. For you folks who are up there, and for the residents sitting in that seat, when you're a true residential community, really what's always at the forefront of our minds is ensuring that we remain a wonderful place to live for our residents. And at the city level, one of the most important things, and I know in City of Coral Gables, what leads every decision I make is the question of how is this going to affect my residents' quality of life? Is it going to affect it positively or negatively? This is something that is number one priority in Coral Gables, and I know it is here as well. One of the things that compelled me to run for county commission was that many of the things I tried to do as a city commissioner were often met with a phrase that I'm sure many residents here have heard, and for sure the councilman and mayor have, which is, sorry, that requires county approval, or we can't do that because that's a county road. This was among several other reasons. One of the reasons that compelled me to move on to the next level so I can deliver not only for my city, Coral Gables, but for other cities like Miami Springs, because I've been there, I've sat there, I've dealt with the road that has a 35-mile-per-hour speed limit that I know because I drive past it every day, has a bunch of little kids running back and forth across it around 4 p.m. And for one reason or another, we can't lower the speed limit to 20 or 25. I was able to create youth zones, which would take me too long to explain now, in the city of Coral Gables, which are like school zones, but in areas where there is no school, but there is parks and high youth activity. I really just wanted to introduce myself. I will be campaigning heavily in this area over the next few weeks. I hope to visit you at your doors. But what you can count on me for, both on the city council and the residents, is to be an advocate, to listen to you and your government about what your specific needs are, whether they be prisoner release, whether they be the use of our police and fire, and those resources being sucked up, for instance, the hotels, which I've discussed with Mayor Puente, but ultimately the fact that many cities like us provide all our own services, and the county really provides very little services for us, and yet so much of our money ends up in ad valorem revenue for people above us. My plan is to attack things like that, to bring more dollars, more hard-earned dollars to cities that deserve it, like Miami Springs, whether that be with tax tweaking in that respect, and when it's not possible, with simply bringing more dollars in terms of infrastructure projects, improvements to parks, and whatever you all need. So I look forward to hearing more from all of you. Please feel free to contact me. You can find my information online very easily, including my personal cell phone. Thank you again. Have a great evening.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner. Okay, next we have signed up to speak is Nestor Suarez.
Hi, good evening. Nestor Suarez, 550 Wren Avenue. I'm pleased tonight that the city will finally address the parking fees. And in addition to that, I see some gateway overlay district changes in tonight's agenda. However, I was very surprised to hear the justification that the development at 1 Curtis Parkway would not need to pay a fee for the abutting on-street parking. And I listened very closely to what the city manager had to say, and I heard a lot of code cited. I heard Miami-Dade County. I heard the city of Miami. I heard Miami Lakes. I heard Doral. I heard Miami Gardens, and I heard Hialeah. But nowhere did I hear in any of the justification that we couldn't charge a fee for the abutting parking was the city of Miami Springs. Nowhere did I see that we couldn't charge a fee because the Gateway Overlay District. So I was very surprised to hear that kind of justification. So I looked up the code just once again, and I swear I've looked at this a million times at this point. but I'll read it. It says, for any on-street parking space counted towards the satisfaction of a property's requirement, any being the key word, whether it's abutting, not abutting, 2 blocks away, a mile away, doesn't matter. Any abutting, or so rather, for any on-street parking spaces counted towards the satisfaction of a property's requirement, or any spaces otherwise waived as a result of one of the factors listed below, a fee shall be paid to the city for each such parking space. So I continue to say is, we dropped the ball, as plain as I can say it. We did not charge a fee on the biggest project in the history of downtown Miami Springs. We didn't charge a fee. And, you know, I don't know who's responsible, whether it's, the former city attorney that we had prior, whether it's the city manager, I don't know, but someone needs to be held responsible for this. And, you know, so this project goes on finally. And again, kudos to this council for trying to address issues that have happened in the past. And I again, appreciate that you guys are addressing and charging a parking fee. But I'll say again, who is looking out for the interests of the Miami Springs taxpayers? Who is looking out for the interests of the businesses over there when that parking is going to be all filled and they don't have enough parking for the folks there? And we're trying to add more parking where we can. Bob, you know how tight money is here. We're trying to get money from wherever we can to fund certain things. Here we had the biggest project and we didn't charge a penny. So again, I'm aghast, and I asked the question, who is being held responsible for this loss of revenue, which could amount, depending on how much you decide to charge here, in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for the amount of parking that this facility will be using for on-street parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Okay. Next, under public forum, we have Ariel Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Ariel Rodriguez. I live at 1226 Mar-a-Lago Avenue. So the reason why I'm here today is just like Judge Loie Jean, I am running for Miami-Dade Circuit Court in our elections on August 23rd. I'm a 20 years Miami Springs resident. My wife and children is also here because I want them to see how local government works. So hopefully they'll learn something from today. So like I said, I'm born and raised in South Florida. I actually lived in Hialeah right across the canal, and I moved in Springs 20 years ago. I consider Springs the Coral Gables of Hialeah when I was growing up as a kid. So I've always looked at this community. I'm glad I moved here and raising my family here. I've been a practicing attorney for 24 years. I work at the U.S. Department of Justice. We overlook all the bankruptcy cases, and I've been working there 15 years. I used to be a federal law clerk for a federal judge in Washington, D.C., and I've been in private practice for 7 years before. I went to Cornell University. I went to Notre Dame Law School. Locally, I went to Miami-Dade, Monsignor Edward Pace High School. I graduated in 1990. So I've been part of this community for a long time, and I'm hoping to continue, I guess, my public service and continue me making an impact in our community. And the reason why I'm running is because I'm trying to improve the level of the judges in our community. Judicial elections matter. Like Judge Loie Jean said, a lot of people don't pay attention to the ballot. They'll just leave it to the end and maybe call someone to figure out who to vote for judge. So it's important for us as judicial candidates to go out there and engage with people because, you know, at the end of the day, nobody wants to go before a judge they're not familiar with or go before a judge that's not qualified. So it's important for us to go out there and engage with the community and engage with voters, which is tough, since it's a county-wide race. So I'm trying to do my part to get out there. I mean, a lot of people in Miami Springs, know I'm running, but I'm still wanting to come to this city council meeting so other people is aware. And I will simply ask for your vote on August 23rd. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Go ahead. You want to speak? Public forum. Let me just, well, yes, you're the last one, but I'd like to have you just write your name there so that we know, have a record of it. Normally you come just a little bit before the meeting starts and sign up.
He was here. I just.
Oh, okay, okay, no problem. That's okay. All right, thank you.
My name is Rafael Martinez, 95 Deer Run. And I came to provide some thoughts about a subject that supposedly is on the docket today. I want to emphasize that it's thoughts. I think that the code compliance staff is doing a great job. Ulysses and Rosemary and the other person, they do a great job in protecting the general public and the general residents of Miami Springs. The job that they do protects in many fashions. It protects the impact on density. It protects the impact on DERM. It protects us from inflated property prices from being sold with the emphasis of a possible rental and revenue income for the potential buyer. So Realtor Ray Martinez comes along and says to a potential buyer, hey, I got a property. It goes for 500, but I can sell it for 600 because it has rental income revenue, to the detriment of the price increase to the rest of us. So that there is an inherent benefit to certain individuals that deal in the industry of realty to use that as an incentive for buyers to buy. How does that impact us? The buyer buys, they have rental income, they don't report it. It impacts on density and the services from the city. These folks that are the inspectors, the code compliance officers do a great job to protect all of us, not just some of us. So I would suggest that we really look into impacting on that division, the public works, since it is also a great benefit, not just to some of us, but to all of us. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir. Okay, that ends public forum. Do we have anyone signed up online? Anyone waiting virtually?
No, Mayor, I don't have anyone here.
Okay. All right, then we'll move to approval of the council minutes of the June 13th meeting.
Mayor, before you call the vote on this, I noticed in our deal here that we had like a retro on the last meeting where something was added. Has that been codified already, or do you need another vote, Madam Clerk?
No, I corrected the vote. I think I sent.
We're okay.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay. With
these
that,
are-
that's fine. Then a motion to move 6A, Mayor.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Fahet,
Yes.
Councilman Best.
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo,
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes,
So motion carries.
thank you. All right, next agenda item 9A, it's under the consent agenda. We have a resolution. Tammy?
Yes, this is a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Miami Springs, Florida, approving the purchase of Toro Golf Course maintenance equipment and irrigation parts from Tesco South Incorporated, doing business as Hector Turf, in an amount not to exceed $35,000, providing for authorization and for providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion?
To the chair, motion to move 9A, Mayor.
All right,
Second.
any discussion? Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Fahet,
Yes.
Councilman Best.
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo,
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes,
So motion carries.
okay. Now we move to the next agenda item, which I don't think is going to go that quickly. Um, Agenda item 10A. Another resolution. Tammy?
This is a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Miami Springs, Florida, establishing a payment in lieu of parking fee pursuant to section 150-070-1 Miami Springs Overlay Gateway District of the city's Code of Ordinances, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. Would you like me to read the memo?
Yes, please. for the record.
So for the record, the discussion, the City of Miami Springs Gateway Overlay District, the district regulations were adopted on June 25th of 2018 by ordinance 1107-2018 and amended on January 14th of 2019 by ordinance 1111-2019. The regulations are codified in section 150.070.1 of the city code. The district's parking requirements are set forth in section 150-070-1D, which currently provides D, the parking requirements. Do you want me to read all of that?
Yes,
Yes?
I think so. I think it's important to have this
Okay.
in a record.
The CBD parking requirements as provided in section 150.070E1 through 3 shall apply to the Gateway District, including without limitation, the grandfathering of provided parking, if any, for existing buildings and current uses. Additionally, because of the uniqueness of the buildings, configurations of the parcels, and road network in the Gateway District, the minimum parking space requirements and design for the new construction or alterations to the existing structures that expand occupiable space shall be determined on a case-by-case basis. The city planner shall have the authority to establish parking requirements for requirements for alterations and new construction by counting a combination on-site and on-street parking and other elements identified below. For any on-street parking spaces counting towards the satisfaction of the property's requirement or any spaces otherwise waived as a result of one of the factors listed below, a fee shall be paid to the city for each such parking space, an amount set for from time to time by approved resolution of the city council. The funds shall be used to fund parking and wayfinding improvements in the Gateway District and the CBD. In determining the parking requirements for non-grandfathered properties, the following shall be considered. 1, the availability of on-street parking. 2, availability of on-site parking. 3, provision of bicycle parking. 4, distance to or inclusive of bus and trolley stops. 5, internal capture of peak traffic trips as a result of mixed uses. 6, distance to public parking. And 7, walking accessibility of the site. All the on-street parking shall be appropriately landscaped to provide visual relief and to the extent possible, including shade. Section 1.5-070.1D requires that a fee, the payment in lieu of parking fee, herein the fee, be established by resolution of the city council to be paid when on-street parking spaces are used to satisfy a property's parking requirement, or if there is a waiver of required spaces based on the factors provided in the district regulations at section 150-070.1D 1 through 7. The fee is to be held in a separate account and be used to improve or create public parking spaces. This can include improvements to existing spaces, such as restriping, lighting, and improved wayfinding. The fee proceeds could also be used for acquisition of property to create parking lots/garages. When the district regulations were adopted, a separate resolution establishing the fee was not concurrently adopted. At this time, staff recommends that the city council adopt the resolution establishing the fee. In setting the proposed fee amount, staff has evaluated several factors, including land costs and the cost of construction surface parking spaces or parking garage spaces. The typical cost per space in a parking structure today is between $30,000 and $40,000. As an example, Miami Beach currently charges $40,000 per parking space. City of Miami is at 45,000, Coral Gables, 42,000 per space, and Bay Harbor Islands is $20,000. The following municipalities do not have a similar fee: Cutler Bay, Pinecrest, El Portal, and West Miami. Accordingly, staff recommends that the city council set the tiered fee structure as discussed below under recommendation. So the recommendation, staff recommends that the city council adopt the attached resolution establishing the fee in the district as follows. For on-street spaces needed, the cost per space, anywhere from 1 to 10 spaces would be $20,000. 11 to 20 spaces would be $30,000, and 21 and over would be at $40,000. Again, the on-street spaces needed had an asterisk, and the asterisk says, assuming the proposed revisions to the Gateway District regulations, which are being considered on the first reading on June 27th of 2020, are approving on second reading at a future date, a fee for on-street parking spaces will be imposed for all spaces, whether abutting or adjacent to the property or not. As an example, a project needing 28 on-street spaces would pay $200,000 for the first 10 spaces, plus $300,000 for the next 10 spaces, plus $320,000 for the last 8 spaces, for a total parking fee of $820,000. The fee should be monitored and adjusted by the city council from time to time. And before you tonight, you have the resolution.
Thank you, Tammy. Okay.
Through the chair,
Yes.
motion to discuss.
Yes.
Is there a way that, I think when we were talking about this, we spoke about requiring a parking study as well as part of the initiation of any new project coming forward. And the parking report would be something that the city would request, not the developer. Because I think the whole issue initially was,
It's addressed in the ordinance.
oh, it is.
In
Okay,
the
my
ordinance
apologies.
is addressed that we will, the fees for a project will be passed on to the developer in the future. And that part of that would be the parking study.
Right, no,
Correct.
but the
Mayor,
report,
I think what Councilwoman Rob was referring to is the changes that we're in the next item, which is the gateway overlay. That's where we address the requirement for a traffic study for any future projects. So it's not part of this one, Councilwoman, it's the next one.
okay,
That's
and then
correct,
the
Madam
second one,
So Councilwoman, so to be clear with everyone, what we're doing here is just establishing a parking fee. The next agenda item, I think it's the next one, is the
That's correct.
gateway ordinance, and those are the revisions to it, the changes toward that. So right now, it's just the parking fee, which we were supposed to establish and just never got
do
around to it.
through the chair, one last thing.
Mhm.
I know that we were talking about the parking fees, and I think in one of the meetings you mentioned at least 35,000. We were negotiating some sort of value. Can we I'm asking if we could simplify the schedule here and maybe say 1 to 20, it would be 30. Anything over that would be 40.
I think what had been proposed was just the parking fees that other cities were charging, and the suggestion that we charge 20,000.
Right.
I felt 20,000 was too low based
Right.
on these fees have been
And I
there
think
for a
we
while,
modified
and construction costs, inflation, everything has, occurred in the past year or two. So I'm sure these other cities will probably be upping their charges or at least considering it. But then I think what the city is proposing is this graded kind of based on the number of fees. So it would still be the possibility of 20,000 or 30,000 or even up to 40,000, depending on how much a project needs.
I can
So-
repeat those if you need to.
Right.
No,
But are
I
you
have-
saying just to simplify it to have, instead of 3 tiers, having
I would
2?
have 2 tiers. It'd be 1 to 20, 30,000, 21 and over, 40. at the end of the day, we don't have a lot of land here. And I understand that other cities, as mentioned here, don't have any.
So you're
parking
saying starting
requirements,
with
but yeah.
30, 1 to 20 is 30,000. Okay.
Yeah, some of these other municipalities that don't have one are some pretty wealthy cities too.
I think, you know, the 30,000 is a reasonable expense, given the cost of construction of everything that has gone up so much. Any other discussion?
No, I agree with that.
Yeah, so if I can reiterate what you're suggesting 1 to 20 at 30 and anything over 20,
31.
40.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
I think that also helps with the project. You know, there's really just 2 levels instead of 3 of, you know, 9. I'm going to keep it just under 10 or whatever, this kind of, you know, depending on the project, they're either going to need a lot of spaces, or they're going to need under 20, or they're going to need more than that. And,
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, we need this money to give it back to our
absolutely.
community. So
It was already
yeah, these
in there.
things.
Okay. Any other
Just to be
discussion?
clear, this is moving forward.
Well,
Correct.
right now, yes,
Yeah.
this is, right now, we're just establishing the parking fee that we had never done.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a resolution.
Is there anything else?
Mayor, can we, William or whoever can answer this question, can we just review what these funds can and cannot be allocated towards?
Well, it would, as the staff memo says, it has to be in a separate account and can only be used for parking. So, you know, if we decide there's an area in town that we can pave and turn into parking, we can use those funds. Restriping, lighting, improve wayfinding signage, anything that has to do with parking, those funds would be limited to that.
Including a garage.
It can be, so it could be, say, a garage in another
lighting.
area of the central
Yes.
business
What if how
district.
much of a
Yes.
garage?
City logistics and
Remember,
Like-
including and creating parking lots and garages.
Yeah.
That would include lighting. Well,
landscape
Yes.
too.
Yeah, all of that would be related to parking and wayfinding improvements. But do note that the Gateway Overlay District does provide that those improvements need to be in the CBD or the Gateway, you know, in the central business district.
Which
Um,
includes
the Gateway.
Westward Drive, not just the Gateway. It wouldn't be limited to the Gateway district.
No,
It
it's
would
the
be,
entire central
Central-
business
okay.
district.
Central
So
which
it's for
is,
both.
I just want to clarify that we're talking about Westward Drive area of the business district. Okay. Any other questions? Any other discussion?
need a motion?
Is there a motion?
Motion to move the item in accordance with Councilwoman Bravo's suggestion to go 1 to 20 at 30,000 and 21 over at 40,000.
I'll second that.
All right. Any other discussion? Call a vote, please.
Vice Mayor Fahet,
Yes.
Councilman Best,
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo,
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. Okay, so the next agenda item.
This is an ordinance of first reading. An ordinance of the city of Miami Springs, Florida, amending section 150-070.1 Miami Springs Gateway Overlay District within Article 7 Business District of the Chapter 150 Zoning Code of the city's Code of Ordinance to revise the creative excellence standards and available maximum floor area ratio, to clarify the parking review process and fee applicability, and to provide additional clarifications on the overall district project review process, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor and
Yes.
council, would you like for me to address?
Yes,
some of the
please.
revisions?
Heidi, if you could say all the revisions.
Sure. So this ordinance is the sort of culmination of some of the workshops that we had earlier in this year and discussions that we've had relating to the Gateway District over the last several months. I should also note that my partner, Edward Mardos, who was here for, I think, one of our council meetings as well as the workshop, he's available online and he's been helping on this issue. obviously, as well as our city planner and the city manager. So when we had the workshop, there were there were a couple of revisions or amendments that were discussed and recommended. So we've incorporated those. And before I get into them, I want to remind the council that this is an ordinance on first reading. So if there is something that you would like to revise further, now would be the time to let us know so that between first and second reading, we can make those changes if you have any. You can also accept the ordinance as drafted. But if there is anything that you would like to change, we can do so between first and second reading, so long as we have some of, your feedback.
Okay, and Heidi, I just wanted to state our workshop on this, we called a workshop at the beginning of the year, at the start of 2022, one workshop on all projects to discuss all projects for the city. And then we did a specific workshop for the Gateway to discuss that. And that was February 22nd meeting. So since then, we've had time to kind of consider the options, and Heidi's prepared this first reading based on that workshop.
So,
Can I?
yes.
This may have already passed in my mind, but when we discussed in the previous point about grandfathering in parking, are we talking about the other established businesses too, in terms of parking and fees and things of that nature?
I don't know that I'm following the question.
No, what we just discussed was about the parking requirements for future
future
projects moving
projects.
forward, including grandfathered in property. And then this is the revision of the gateway overlay that we
Right.
made some tweaks.
Yeah, this is an ordinance. The other was a resolution, right?
You're good?
Okay,
Okay.
Thank you.
This is in final legal form for vote, right? As an ordinance,
The
first
ordinance,
reading.
yes. Yes, first reading. Second reading will follow most likely either at your July 20th.
We don't meet in July.
No,
For the
At the
millage,
millage setting
at the
meeting.
millage setting meeting.
you
When-
can't
when you
sneak,
set
you can't sneak that in. It's a 3-minute meeting. Come on now.
Well, we have a few other ordinances as well that relate to your process and with the state that we'd like to get moving, but we can certainly have them at the August meeting. Either meeting is fine. So you'll have second reading at a future date. So I'll just go ahead and get into it. So there weren't any revisions to subsections A or B of the ordinance. When the first real revisions start in subsection C, which are the design standards. And then within that, it's subsection 6. For those of you following along, it's on page 4 of 12 of the ordinance at line 138. And so those creative excellence standards, which some people may refer to as floor area ratio bonuses, those standards were revised based on what we discussed at the workshop and feedback that we've gotten throughout.
And Heidi, I have a question there. I think we had discussed, William, is Chris on?
Yes.
Is
Yes.
Chris on?
Yes, he
Chris,
is.
the project the project that's going up now, 1 Curtis Parkway, that didn't reach the 1.7 far, is that correct? Or it did?
No, yeah, that, go ahead, Chris.
They were around 1.5 and change.
Okay,
I think
I
it was
think-
1.52.
okay. And I think that's one thing we had talked about is bringing the FAR down to 1.5 instead of the ability to go up to 1.7, or at least having the ability to adjust it, that it's not necessarily that if you have all the enhancement points, you automatically go up to 1.7.
No, you don't automatically go up to 1.7. So you start at a 1, and then depending on which of these creative excellence elements you utilize, you can get up to a 1.7, but it doesn't mean that just because you use 1, you automatically go to the 1.7. In fact, you have to use there's different categories in the standard. And so you need to use effectively 1 from each of those 3 elements in order to get to the 1.7. So you might not get to the 1.7, which is what happened in the 1 Curtis Parkway development, or you can get to it. And so this is sort of the roadmap for how you get to a 1.7 if that's what you choose to do as the developer. So there's options on how you get there.
Okay,
To the chair, I remember what you were saying, and I think that it was to cap the building far to 1.5, and the 0.2 to get to the 1.7 was basically more, I guess, in landscaping or beautification.
well, I think one of the things is the scale. Right now, when the Gateway Ordinance was first created, we were talking about dilapidated area with an old
Mhm.
theater that had been there for 50 something years. Now we can see the scale. If it's 1.5 something, I think that's fitting. I'm not sure about, the 1.7, which I think may have been a little more generous than it needed to be, since we, I mean, we're talking about the other properties are smaller already, the other properties that are available in this Gateway District, I think. But
Through
all
the
right, let's
chair.
go ahead.
Yeah,
Heidi, I think we can, pardon me? Go
I
ahead.
agree to go through this, and then
Come
if we
back
have to
and
make
just
any
discuss
amendments,
that
we'll-
as to. All right,
So as I was explaining, and I think towards that point, I think it's helpful to read what that sentence says so that we all understand as we go through this. If you're looking at line 138, it explains for a property to take advantage of a project FAR in excess of 1.0 as referenced in now corrected subsection 5 herein, section right above it. A development or redevelopment project must incorporate a combination of elements from at least 3 of the creative excellence categories provided below, which shall be demonstrated by the property owner at the time of initial site plan review. Notwithstanding the cumulative value of the creative excellence elements, no project may exceed an FAR of 1.7. No single element may be counted towards the satisfaction of more than one standard. So this is what I was explaining. You have categories A, B, C, and now proposed D. And within those categories, you have options in each category. Some categories only have one option, like the one that's being proposed. And then in others, you have multiple options. And that's how you can achieve the FAR of 1.7. It's not automatic. You don't have to use all of them just because maybe a developer just wants a 1.2. So they go in and they go for something that allows them to achieve the 1.2. It doesn't mean that just because you utilize one of the options that you automatically go up. So if you look on the third column on the right, it actually provides the degree that you would receive in bonus. So there's either a 0.2 or a 0.25, or in some cases a 0.15, a 0.1. It all goes with sort of.
okay, so say
the
if
policy
someone,
decisions.
if a developer wants a 1.2,
Mhm.
that he needs just a little tweaking room.
Sure.
He still has to meet 3 of these enhancements, of these creative excellent elements.
Yes, you should. I think that's how, yeah.
To get to the top, yeah.
Yeah.
And how
They
much,
may need to provide more.
That's
They
correct.
they would need to provide effectively 1.7 in bonuses in order to get the 1.2. They may not use the 1.7, but maybe they just want 1.2 and they're going to go ahead and do all of these other things.
To the chair,
yes,
I have a question for our city planner. Chris? Can you hear me?
I can.
What would you say is the most common used FAR in our city? If you had to throw a number at the top of your head, would it be 1.2, 1.3, 4, 5?
Well, the maximum that we have is a 3 with bonus in the Northwest 36th Street district, but that's a completely different, almost what we would call a highway commercial zoning district. I think something in the 1.5 is appropriate for an area like our central business district.
Councilwoman, the CBD, I believe, Chris, has a maximum FAR of 1, correct?
1.0 in the CBD.
In the CBD. But yet,
Currently,
Councilwoman, if you, we did this a while back, we went through most of the properties in the CBD, and we have properties here, older properties that are FAR of 1.6 and 1.7. For example, you take the chiropractor in the corner of over by the Baptist Church. Their FAR is almost 1.7. You take a place like Paco's Way, their FAR is way over 1 also. So we have quite a few properties that are over the 1.0 FAR in the CBD district.
So would you, sorry, William, I want to make sure that that's clear. You have multiple properties in the central business district, inclusive of the Gateway District, that exceed 1.0.
Correct.
If I may, to help the council appreciate FAR, it's just a simple multiplication, right? So if you have, let's say, a 10,000 square foot lot, I use that number because it's easy to do the math, and you have a 1.5 FAR, that means on that 10,000 square foot lot, 15,000 square feet of building can be built. Now, keep in mind that you're building 2 stories, for example, or that's generally what's expected in a sort of a downtown. You might build 2 stories, maybe even 3 stories in some cases. That's not at that point, you wouldn't be consuming the entire lot, right? Because you have 10,000 square feet of land to work with, and you're building 15,000. So 1.7 would give you 17,000 square feet of to work with. I hope that helps clarify. Now, just looking on the property appraiser page very quickly, if we looked at Westward Drive, for example, Westward Drive between Park Street and Morningside Drive, right? Not far from the school. A lot of those smaller lots have FARs well above 1.0. Just to give you an example, just randomly here. I'm looking at one lot here that has a 1 point, what is it? 1 point, I'm just doing the math in my head. Bear with me for a second. Looks like 1.5 almost exactly, to give you some examples. So it will vary depending on the neighborhood you're in and the area you're in. You can have very large FARs, but in a typical downtown, it wouldn't be shocking to see 1 FAR, and certainly 1.5 if you're looking at 2-story buildings would be within reason.
I think the thing to keep in mind there, though, is when we're talking about, William, you said Paco's Way is 1.7. Is that the Stadnick?
No, the chiropractor is 1.7. Paco's Way, I forget the number, but I know it's way above 1.
Okay, but that's okay. What I guess is the scale again that we're talking about. Even if you're talking about the green chiropractor building, it's not a large building. So that the scale, that the FAR is larger, you're still talking about, just not that big an area. Whereas the Gateway District is a really large area.
The green chiropractor's remember, it's got that underground parking and stuff too, and it's a pretty good size. I mean, it's the lot size is in the building on the lot. I mean,
the building on the lot is large, but the building itself is not a large building.
Not if you didn't include the parking.
Well, and not to get too far into the zoning weeds here, but remember that FAR is not the only thing that determines how big your building is, right? Or how massive it looks is probably more important than the size, because there's some buildings that actually have a lot of area, but they're designed in such a nice way that someone walking down the street doesn't perceive it as being particularly large, right? And there's a few things you can do, on taller buildings, not so much on 2-story buildings, but like on taller buildings, you might stagger it so that as the building gets taller, it steps back further away from the street level and it doesn't have this enclosing kind of feeling. You could design the materials you use, more glass typically. If you just in the broadest sense, if you think of a glass cube and a stone cube, the glass cube looks lighter and like not as massive as a big stone building, right? And so there's a lot of different things you can do to soften buildings, but just keep in mind FAR isn't the end all be all. And your code doesn't just say FAR, your code says things like setbacks and height and all that.
I was just gonna add to that, Ed. I know we're focused right now on FAR, but you do have other constraints on how big you can build. So your FAR may be a 1.7, but you still have setbacks that don't allow you to necessarily get as much as you thought you could.
Right.
And I think visually, and you see this in a lot of coastal communities where this has been implemented more. I personally haven't seen it as much here, but in coastal communities, you see the 1950s style home that's been here for 70 years. And next door, you have a house that's been elevated to come up to the current floodplain standards.
Right.
And so it's not necessarily a larger home, it's just elevated in order to get to today's requirements from the building code. And the same thing can happen here. So you might have a very old building that was built at the time pursuant to the building code then. And today, this is all separate and apart from the FAR issue. Today, the building looks higher because it is higher due to floodplain regulations. So just keep that in mind as well. So you do have the setbacks, you do have density requirements. There's all sorts of things that affect how big or how small a given building is.
And frankly, one of the biggest elements about how much a developer will build is your parking, right? Since we're on the subject of parking today or tonight. Developers do not generally want to build garages because garages have to be maintained. There's a lot of construction costs that go into a garage, and you don't really sell or rent out garage space, right? So developers would prefer to do an open lot on a smaller building than to build garages. And so if I had a 10,000 square foot lot, and actually if you see a lot of your developments in your downtown, they don't take advantage of the entire site because toward the rear and sometimes toward the sides, they have, a few parking spaces there, and that takes up a good chunk of their site.
I'm sorry. Okay. I was just to the question you asked earlier, Mayor, as I'm reading here, on line 140, when you asked about needing to use all three creative excellence categories, that was a revision that was requested at the workshop, that whoever's going to apply for these FAR bonuses, you have to go to all three. So as you see, that's underlined language, that's new language. That was not the case before. And I realize that may not have been clear in my earlier response. So I just want to clarify that.
Okay, so they have to go to 3 out of 4 available categories.
Correct. And that was based on the request at the workshop. If that's not the case.
I still am confused as to how they get, Chris, I remember you saying in the past that just because someone has a enhancement feature, that doesn't mean necessarily that they'll get the whole, say 0.2.
Correct. And my recommendation has always been that should be prefaced by an up to 2.2 up to.
And it is.
Right. Because
So explain to me how, say, let's use the 1.2 FAR, that someone needs a little bit of tweaking around 1.2. Where are they getting the points from? Like, I don't understand how many points they have to accumulate. I understand from 3 different categories, but what is it? 0.1, 0.1, 0.1? Do they have to reach a total of 1?
Or, 0.1 and 2.5s and 3 2.5s. But what I want to make understood, because the way I interpret that when I work with developers, and we don't have this a lot, obviously, is the 0.2 is perfection, and nobody comes in with perfection. So it's up to 0.2. Maybe we'll make a determination that your art in public places is worth a half a point, 1 point, not 0.2, that type of thing. Nobody's going to come in with perfection. And I always advise people, don't come in and tell me that you have 6 categories that you've chosen and you're perfection in every one of those categories, because I'm not going to buy that.
To the chair, you brought up a good point. So perhaps we should reverse back to 1.5 because we can't get to the 0.2. I think we could get to 0.5 better. So it would be, I mean, I don't know if I'm making sense here. 1.5, 1.2. Actually, no, reverted.
1.2 is not really very practical, but I think the more important thing is to understand.
Creative excellence, and we have no features on that building of Pueblo style or anything that has to do with our city. That downtown building looks like
No,
nothing, but
it's not built yet now. Come on.
it's built.
It's not built.
There's no element there creative that I see other than the landscape.
Well,
that's probably gonna go up.
I don't think there's going to be a particularly large, because I think
Yeah.
that was one of the things we realized is we didn't really have any standards specifically as to what is Pueblo mission style or what would be required. So
I didn't think, I think
No,
at the time in the discussion, Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, it came to, are we going to be a cookie cutter community, or are we going to just let stuff happen as happens, you know, as it
and
comes
they
to
show
it?
us what we find is,
Exactly.
I guess, attractive.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind that Pueblo style had narrow, deep set windows. It was very climate controlled or driven, and nobody wants a storefront that has little tiny deep set windows. They want big areas of storefront glass, wall to wall, floor to ceiling. So it's not really compatible with the Pueblo style. You're never really going to see.
But there's modern. It's
Modern.
beyond the point at this point.
But I think that that would be something like I said, that the individual developer would
Right.
present to us and say, you know, we're incorporating this, and because I mean, if we don't have specifics, design specs on what that is, then I don't know how we would
No, but
require.
there was verbiage on that ordinance that when we did that workshop there, and I think we even discussed it where there was no accentry towards Pueblo, but it was on the ordinance. But okay.
You're right. We did have the discussion.
We did.
To have it on there?
No, it is on there. There's verbiage of
it was discussed.
certain requirements that the developer had to come in
It's
with.
it's in the
It's-
ordinance. It's on line 112.
But is it
anyway.
specifically what that is?
Mhm.
That,
Yeah, I mean, it what's done is done. I'm just saying, if we're gonna, have these creative excellence features, I think we should enforce them. I don't know. What's to do from here?
Yeah, 112, line A. So,
all right, I don't know that there's a big difference between 1.7 and 1.5 ultimately, if it was just something we had talked about, but with the enhancement,
Do you want me to go?
well, go ahead, Heidi,
Continue?
let's continue and you tell us, and then we can go back and.
Okay. I'm just gonna go just line by line. Unfortunately, when you have a table, it doesn't provide you line numbers. So if you're looking on page 5 of 12 of the ordinance, it's the first creative excellence category is site planning and design. And within that, in the middle part of the chart, you see art in public places. So what we've done is in order to be consistent with the recently adopted ordinance regarding murals, we've eliminated murals from this section as an ability, as a place where a developer could get bonus points. So they can still get bonus points for other types of art.
But
But-
what is a fresco and a painting? I'm not sure. How would we differentiate? Because we removed murals, but we still have frescoes or paintings.
Fresco is a mural.
So I think that fresco should be removed and paintings. I'm not sure.
To the chair, I think that we had left it on because this art in public places is something that we're able to control. As far as the art that goes into this district, correct? This is something
Well,
that we did have, or?
It's effectively negotiated as part of the review process.
Oh,
Okay, and I think perhaps this is, I wanted to throw this out there because we have it in reading this, this whole section in art in public places, which is pretty long. What I see is two options here. and Correct me if I'm wrong, Heidi, that one option is that they supply us with, they provide us with what kind of art they'd like to do. And if we like it, we say yes. Or the other option is that they and that it has to be a certain percentage of the total project cost. And then the other option is that they actually supply that money to the city, and the city determines the art in public places. And we would do it similar to, I guess, what we've done, I think has worked really well with the senior center, the pool, and the community center of, having a committee, an art committee that actually impartially looks at art in public places for that location. With those three projects where I know it's been done, I think the results were, and the council was not involved except that they presented their recommendations to us afterwards, but it was residents from
Can
the
that be
community.
done with private?
Well, isn't that what the second part of this is
Developers?
saying? That they provide the money to,
Yeah, the city would be using it for public art.
right?
That's the second half. Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's a good way to bring art and color to the city, and it's something that we can control and at the same time benefit from.
Well, I think, Heidi, if you look at the beginning of that ordinance, of section A, it says durable creations that can be original works of art designs specifically for the site, including but not limited to sculptures and all that. So here they're talking about art in public places specifically for the site, not for citywide
Right.
use.
Right, but what the mayor's explaining is that at the end of this bonus, the last line indicates that in the alternative, a property may elect to pay the city an amount equal to the value of the art that meets this element in lieu of art on the property, which the city would then use for public art and beautification improvements.
Mm.
So it could be used.
So it gives the developer the option of one or the other.
one or the other, but something that we've included in some of these other creative excellence categories is subject to approval by the city. And
Mhm.
I don't think, oh, no, it is here. Okay. The design and placement of the art is subject to approval by the city during the site plan. So I
Review.
guess based on that, if I'm reading this correctly, if the city doesn't approve it, does that need to be city council?
The city
Or
council
city.
does approve these site
I think the
plans,
term
and that's in
city
a-
for legal purposes here.
Okay. All right. That
If
means
I-
us
If I,
getting to,
if
Go
I may
ahead, Ed.
highlight, hi, this is Edward again. If I may highlight an important difference in most city codes, and yours is an allowed murals, so it's not specified in your code anymore. But usually a mural is subject to a copy change. In other words, for this season, it could be a mural for Coca-Cola, and then the next season it could be a mural promoting voting rights, and another season it could be McDonald's, right? So it allows for copy changes. Generally, art in public places isn't a sign like a mural is. It is rather a something permanent, right? So it's Abraham Lincoln today, and it's going to be Abraham Lincoln every season to follow, right? I mentioned Abraham Lincoln because it's come up in Miami Beach recently. They had a mosaic there that they're trying to preserve. And so that's a key difference, generally speaking, between murals and other kinds of paintings or artwork.
And on this particular bonus point, the request, obviously, this wasn't directly the direction at the workshop, but we did strike murals to be consistent, as I explained. And then the direction that we were given was to include something that would allow us to obtain an appraisal or some other evidence of value of the proposed art at the time that the application comes in, because I understand that there were concerns about, is this really art that's worth something? And as I've discussed with certain people who are art aficionados, it is sometimes with a new artist, it's a little more difficult and challenging to value a new artist's art. Obviously, we're all familiar with Picasso and others whose name and fame precedes them. So valuing those types of art is obviously much easier. But we did include that at the request of the council. There's no other revisions in this section on this type of element. We can move on to the others if you'd like, or we can.
well, let's go back to that frescoes and paintings then. I think we've removed
Want to just strike
murals.
it?
Okay.
Am I misreading this? But I mean, I see
Alright,
somebody saying
frescoes.
it's not a mural, it's a painting. So
I just think that if we're going to, I mean, we already incorporated the no mural ordinance and all this stuff. I just don't know if this is something that can be regulated. I mean, it's a private property at the end of the day. If it can be termed where, you know, the developer, the owner knows that there are certain standards that the city requires and we have, you know, control over what's being able to be put up, then I don't see why there should be an issue. But if this is not something, Heidi, that, I mean, what would you counsel us to do in this?
Well, I
sense?
just want to say that it's private property, but we're negotiating that, you know, he's allowed to tweak the property based on providing something of enhancement for the city. So it's not just his property normally that, you know, we're,
It's subject to our approval
yes, subject to our approval.
as
So
part of a negotiation.
right.
So
It is, but is there like a guide or something where they can follow through so they could come up with their fresco? Should they want to do, what do we look at here to approve something? Is there like a rubric where we say, okay, it falls under this
no,
and we're okay? or
it's going to be
just up
subjected.
to-
And also the appraisal, you know, which at least if we're saying it has to be a certain percentage, at least we're asking for a professional appraisal. So it's not like, you know, somebody says, you know, it's my nephew is doing it and, you know, and
Okay.
his work is worth $1 million. But ultimately, I guess, we have the approval by the city. And if it becomes too difficult for the developer, then he can just offer to say, we'll provide the cost to the city, whatever this cost would
Or
be
they
for the
may
city
get their
to
point two from another
area.
area.
Okay.
Right.
I
Right.
think before, you know,
Yeah.
as we go on in this thing here, I think it's important that we don't try and legislate this thing to death. Let's leave a little flex in this. It is only the first reading too, you know, so we're gonna have to come back on this. So
and if they elect to pay the city the amount equal to the value, we could use it for beautification or improvements that don't necessarily have to be on that property, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm not hearing any revisions. to this
I think
ordinance.
frescoes and paintings have to be off if we're saying murals. Really don't think that that's something we want to throw for another council down the road to go back and forth. What do they mean by mural and not a painting or not a fresco? I don't even know what a fresco
it's a painting.
look like. I mean,
A
honestly.
fresco is.
I know in Europe,
painting-
but I
On-
mean,
it's
like,
painting on wood, I think originally.
No, a fresco is a painting done on wet plaster. It's
On
not
wet
very,
plaster,
not very common in Miami because of the humidity and the wet and the,
chiefly
So
Italy.
here's what I'll do. I'll go.
Yeah, 16th
It
century.
sounds like no one wants the Sistine Chapel. Great. Thank you, Councilman Vasquez. That's a good
Yeah, yeah.
example of a fresco. We can eliminate that and
looks great
paintings
art.
as well. I mean, it's really, this is your policy, not mine.
okay, and this is what we're saying they can present to us. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean necessarily that if they opt to say, look, we'll just give you the amount and you decide on your art and we create a committee
Which they have the
that we
option.
can't do a painting, you know, or a fresco or whatever. It's just, we're kind of limiting as to, you know, their options, and they may decide very well if they want to, like you said, use this as an enhancement, is decide we'll just give the city the funding, you know, the equivalent of whatever it would be for you to put in art in public places. And
Right.
So frescoes and paintings are out.
if we're taking out murals, I think we have to take out frescoes and paintings.
Sure.
Stained glass is okay though?
We need something.
That I think
mean-
is like Ed said, these are more things that are permanent
No, I'm just,
part
I
of
know,
the,
I'm just reading it.
Yeah.
But what it's depicting, right?
With frescoes, I don't know about paintings, but anyway.
oh Lord. All right.
Okay. They're out. Okay. Moving on. There are no revisions in categories B or C, which are improvements. And I you know what, I will go through the other ones because I want you, I know this was adopted 4 years ago, so let's go through it. The other opportunities under this first category, there's no changes, but community entrance features as well as directional signage, which you have to read more into it beyond the wording of directional signage. It does go into a thematic permanent sign incorporated into a right-of-way feature that orients pedestrians. That's another way to get the bonus points.
Heidi, I'm sorry,
So-
what line are you on?
She's in,
I'm sorry, there's no lines in the table.
Oh,
page
you're on the
6.
table.
It's B.
Okay.
Yeah. So at the almost top of page 6 of 12, under category B, although there are no revisions there, these are improvements to the right-of-way and on-site public spaces. You've got alley improvements, right-of-way improvements, and installation of trolley stops and bus shelters.
Okay, and that one under C, I'd like the council to consider just removing C, because installation of trolley stops and bus shelters on the property, if there's a bus stop there, the county is going to provide a bus stop. We don't have our own shelters and trolleys, and we use the stops. I don't know. I don't see giving, setting that up of installing a trolley or a bus shelter as, that's something that they can decide to do. And probably if they're going to do lead anyway, that's a way that they get points for doing lead anyway, if they're going to do, which is, something that you added in D. There's a whole bunch of ways to gain the lead certification with that. So I think that falls under how they would get lead certification anyway, if they wanted to.
So with these 3 and others that are here, these are nearly identical to the FAR bonuses that you have in other districts. So keep that in mind as well. And I should have probably noted that earlier, but since we're on it, if we want to eliminate the trolley stops and bus shelters from this FAR, that's fine. Just know that this item and like the lead item, those are all in your other FAR bonuses for other districts. The amount changes slightly because this district doesn't go to the 3.0 FAR that Chris was mentioning for other districts, but the criteria are pretty much identical.
Do we have other FAR specifying lead?
Yes,
Mhm.
you do.
They're getting the points for the lead.
Yes.
Yeah.
In your
Because
Abraham
this is
Tract
also an
district,
enhancement under lead, is the providing the trolley stops and stuff.
We have on the east side of the town center, don't we, a section there that's on street? It's a trolley, considered a trolley stop or a bus stop that the
I
contractor put in
believe,
there?
the town center used part of this. They're installing a trolley stop
That's
on
correct.
Hook Square.
Right.
On the Hook Square side.
Yeah, so we might want to be careful. when
Okay.
we take
and
this.
bus stops don't always come with bus shelters from.
No.
That's right.
Just because there's a bus stop.
Then we got our
doesn't-
city trolleys too. I mean, they don't really have they just stop wherever they stop, let people off, the various places they have to. on the
So
road,
am I hearing you want to keep this?
All right, no, if the
bonus
rest
or
of the council is
eliminate it?
okay with
I think
it.
it's consistent with
Okay.
everything
still-
that we have in the other districts, so I don't think we ought to.
And
be
this is
messing with
still
this.
subject to approval of council. Subject to approval of council, correct? On the, regardless, we still have to make
Well,
a decision.
I don't think,
So if it just, it
well,
doesn't make
Tonight
sense to-
or?
no,
or
no,
in the
no,
future?
but that's a good point, Councilwoman, that you put a note on both that, on both B and C, that in other areas we have subject to approval by council, but we don't have it for, or at least I don't see it for B and C.
All of these
I
are going
thought
to
all
be
of these-
subject to approval by the city.
Yeah, but why do
because-
we have it under some enhancements and not others?
Probably because it was copied from the other
Because like for
30-year-old.
if you look at A, at the last line, it says subject to approval by city. If you look at
Do you want to reiterate in every
Well, you could- I
item at the end? You say it's going to be approved by
or do
city?
we have
I
it
think it's
a
du- I think it's
general
duplicitous, I don't
somewhere?
think it's- I mean,
I'm just saying.
I know.
I mean,
They're all subject to.
subject
they're
to
all
approve-
subject.
One
subject to
place
approval by
for
the
it.
city
I don't think we should need.
in one place, that all the creative excellence standards.
You could head it by just the following is
Yeah.
kind of thing. You can wordsmith it, Haiti.
All day long.
No, but
go.
Heidi, no, in all seriousness, where is it here? On the top part? Wait,
No, it's not in,
It's not per category, no.
because we have 1 through 6, creative excellence standards. Maybe it should be in that paragraph,
starting on line 138.
correct?
No, it's just one place, no.
On- On what count, Vice Mayor Fajay's suggested on 138, maybe somewhere along those lines to put that verbiage.
In that paragraph
In the
somewhere.
paragraph starting
Just
on
saying all,
138.
all creative excellence standards are subject
Just
to
to be
approval by
clear.
the city.
If I may, it looks, first of all, it never hurts to add an extra clarification. So Councilwoman Bravo's point is right on. We're happy to add that extra clarification. But the entire process, the approval process, goes to the city council. You could see that on page 8 of 12, line 190. Well, it's not exactly 190, but that paragraph 5 and 6, okay, it specifies that you, the city council, authorize the development of the issuance of the development order. And of course, when you're issuing the development order, you specify what you require for the project to be approved, what conditions are going to be there, and whether it's not approved or not approved. And so you do have ultimate say on every aspect of the site plan. I just want to make
Just
that very clear.
Just by virtue of the fact that it is an ordinance and we're voting on it, I mean, that
Correct.
covers it right there, period.
Correct. But I just want to point that out. It is there. And I also want to point out, it doesn't hurt to specify it again, as Councilwoman Bravo suggested. So we could do that probably at the top of the table, paragraph 6.
Okay.
And the wording, I mean, Heidi and I can work out the wording for your review at the next reading. But the wording that I would suggest is that we make reference back to the site plan review process in those later paragraphs. I think it was paragraph 9.
To
Does that
say
work?
it simply, I'm gonna say it really simply. The city reviews site plans. The city planner reviews it first. He gives you his recommendation. It goes to boards, then it comes to you. If you find that it meets the elements that are required by your ordinance, you approve the site plan. If it doesn't, you don't.
Right.
It comes to you.
I think that in last, which, the city hadn't had a project like this in a very, very long time, clearly. But I think that that's where issues got confused as to, well, it was coming to us, it had reviewed, but the reality, which is something that we had talked about when the Gateway District was being created. And I know I had asked that specifically, are we going to really look at the details of this, of each of these items? Oh, yeah, we will discuss them and we'll, make sure that we all agree. And that's not what happened. It kind of just came to us, it was approved and, and the vote was taken and that was it. So that's what I want to make clear is that throughout this, that it's very clear that the city, and I want to make clear that in the city, it means the city council, because ultimately we're the ones responsible, for what the city does. So that it's very clear that it's our responsibility to approve these things, not to leave it for it came to a board or, just, came nicely packaged like this. So that's why I would like to have this specifically over and over in the city. And I want to make sure that when we're talking about the city, we're not talking about, one staff member in the city
Or a board or something, right?
or the board, that it's the city council who has to give this approval. this
There ought to
stamp of
be,
approval.
according to what the mayor's asking for here, or suggesting rather, I think it should be able to be mentioned early in this ordinance that is to be covered throughout the entire duration of the ordinance and everything that's said, rather than have to put it every paragraph or every subsection or whatever. But the council's
it
totally
strikes me that-
responsible for it.
It strikes me that the council already approves all of it, right?
Exactly.
I mean, if putting in that paragraph doesn't mean that won't keep something from happening like what the mayor is saying, that we just didn't get deep enough into the weeds. I mean, unless you want to make approval of the creative excellence standards, by the city council a separate part of the site plan review,
Well, I think my point is why in the creative standards, some places we say subject to approval by the city and in others we don't. So to me, if in some we're specifying subject to approval by the city, then I would interpret it as for the other ones, that's not subject to approval by the city. So I think we need to be consistent and
Right,
we
and
have it
I
in
think
each of these,
Yeah.
having a sentence at the end so that consistently with each
Right at the
creative
beginning.
standard. And I tend to think like, not just right now when we're all agreeing something, it's next year when we forget or when there's new council members and stuff, what was the intent? So I don't see why we would have one creative excellence point and not the other.
That's
It
fine.
seems like a
And
consistent thing to put at the end of each of those.
I think what Councilman Best recommended was either at the beginning or at the end, so that it's not a longer ordinance than it needs to be. We can add something at like line 145, 146, that if it's the council's policy direction that you want it to be clear that the city council is going to approve all of these, then we can add that. That's fine. That clarification is fine and we'll clean it up.
May I make a suggestion? For instance, if you go to the design standards on section C, it says the standards are as follows, but maybe you could add the standards subject to council approval are as follows and continue on to the next section of each of those sections and add that little.
That's a good
piece.
point, Tammy.
Mhm.
Something like that, just to simplify it, yeah.
Ready for the next
So-
one?
Yep.
So we're keeping in the trolley and the bus stops because I'm trying to keep notes myself, but we agreed we're keeping that in, correct? Because of the to follow other standards.
If the council doesn't have an objection, I'm the only one, that's fine. We can leave it.
I think we're on section C, site improvements, Heidi.
There's no revisions in site improvements. The next revision is the addition in subsection D of the green building certification, also known as LEED, silver or greater certification by the Florida Green Building Council. This is the exact same bonus that you have in other districts. However, the amount of bonus has been reduced to be, I'm sorry, that 0.5 should be underlined. So it's been put at a 0.5 to be more consistent with the caps that you have here.
And I see it has to be silver certification, that they have to reach silver certification, which I think is good. There's several levels of LEED.
Through the chair.
So,
And it's
Sorry,
very
can you explain
difficult
that to
to
me?
get to a silver level.
huh?
It's very difficult and very
Oh,
costly
I
to get
see
to
it.
those levels.
But it's not difficult just to get to the bottom level. You know what I'm saying?
No,
So
no, no,
silver
that's
is
why-
right.
That's
Yes.
why they
right,
put in
I
the great
agree.
or greater.
Right, right.
Specific, yeah.
Do you have a question, Councilwoman?
No. Okay.
So the paragraph that we're all excited about, subsection D, parking requirements, that's where the next revisions are. So this is on the top of page 8. I'm not gonna reread the entire section since it was read, the existing section was read during the resolution on the parking fee. But in order to clarify things, we have added in line 156 that in establishing the required parking, the city planner shall utilize a parking study prepared by a licensed and qualified individual to be paid for by the applicant. And then the next sentence also clarifies that these, when it's counted, when the on-street parking spaces are counted towards the satisfaction of a property's requirement, irrespective of whether such spaces are immediately abutting or adjacent to the subject property, a fee shall be paid. And I've also gone ahead and added in when the fee will be paid. Oftentimes at the site plan approval process, we'll include when these things are paid. If it's not in the code, we'll include it as a condition in the site plan approval. But here I've gone ahead and done it, that it be paid prior to the issuance of a building permit. So before a building permit is ever issued, the fee has to be paid.
Okay, and the first part of this addition of, in establishing the requirement parking, the city planner shall utilize a parking study prepared by a licensed and qualified individual. I think we should add to be chosen by the city, to be paid for by the applicant and chosen by the city.
Sure.
Through the chair, this would be what you're saying, to go through a bidding process, correct? Is this what we're talking about?
Well, just that they don't provide their licensed qualified individual and
We're
and
choosing the
No,
license.
I think
that we choose and they pay for the fee of it, but
Right.
it gives us, and it may be the same one we agree on, if it's a reputable person, they may suggest someone and we have no problem with that, but that we
No,
have,
the intent with the sentence is that, and Ed and I and the manager and I and Chris went back and forth on this. You can do it either way. The way it's drafted is such that the city would hire the parking study engineer, and the applicant is just going to pay for it.
okay, but I don't, to me, that's not clear here, Heidi.
I've added in what you
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't
recommended.
specifically say that, Maria, you're right.
Because someone made a reference to bidding, I'm going to suggest that in advance of any development coming in, you do a qualified pool bid in advance. And then you have those qualified entities that you've pre-screened as options that a developer can choose from. That's an efficient approach that you could take if you so choose.
We don't have to have that in here, though. That'll just be the process that we use, right?
That would be separate. It doesn't need to be in the ordinance, but I just present that to you as an option for the future. It makes sense to have it in advance because, as you know, bidding and procurement can sometimes, string out, and it can be months before you find out who the selected persons are. If you create a pre-qualified pool and you have, 5 or 6 people in that pool that you can call on at any one time, you won't have a situation where the developer or the city, for that matter, is scrambling to find somebody.
Ed is absolutely right. I think in Miami Springs, we tend not to have very large pools because we don't generally have a lot of technical needs. That is something that a lot of cities do. They'll have 3, 4, 5, 10 people in the pool or entities. But I think we can do it as Ed suggested. If something were to come in tomorrow, I would probably work with Chris and say the city's current engineers who've been selected through a qualifications process, I'm fairly certain that they probably have an engineer on staff who can do the relevant study, and that's likely who would do it if something were to come in tomorrow and we hadn't gone through this procurement process.
Okay.
But if there's a pool of qualified engineers, we still choose the engineer, or the developer chooses the engineer from the pool of qualified engineers that we provide?
I think what Ed's, and I don't want to put words in.
I'm suggesting either one. I'll just say it. I'm suggesting either one, but in any event, you don't want to have to make a selection and not have a pre-qualified pool. So if the city's making the selection, you want the convenience of being pull one from your pre-qualified menu and not have to go through a whole RFP every time a development comes in.
Right.
Or if the developer's choosing, you want to know that they're choosing from the ones you've qualified.
Ed, the timing is good right now because we're in the process of getting a grant from the TPO to do a master parking study of the downtown area. So that will be a good time when we do this RFQ to develop a pool of companies,
right,
for the future in case a developer comes in.
Might I add also, sorry, Ed, might I add that the wording be changed so that it's paid for by the city but reimbursed by the applicant? Because I feel like if it's saying that the applicant is paying the engineer directly, I feel like it,
That's, yeah, that's not how it would work out, but sure.
or maybe that's
That's fine.
superfluous to word it that way, but it just seems like if they're the ones paying the engineering firm, I feel like you're not avoiding
A conflict.
what people could argue as a conflict or could perceive as a conflict. So that way we pay it. If we choose it, we pay. You're just reimbursing the city as part of the process.
I think that's a good idea, and it's important for to keep the relationships clear. So your point's well taken.
Okay, so it'll be to be reimbursed by the applicant and chosen by the city.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
Anything
might,
further part? I think the rest of it, I'm just gonna
There's
scroll
no
down
change,
quickly.
no
I don't
changes in the
think
remainder.
there's anything else. At the end, I did make a clarification. And this is something that I'm working on. I was a little more ambitious than and hopeful than I probably should have been. I've gone through the zoning code, and there's several references throughout it to cost recovery and the city's technical staff being able to utilize outside consultants. And we've talked about that a few times. Unlike other codes that are more updated and modernized, it's not in a nice little section that says cost recovery shall work like this. So it's all over the place. So while we wait to get all of that cleaned up, which we are working on, I have gone ahead and clarified it's in line 301 that the applications that are filed with the city shall be accompanied by the payment of a fee to cover the expenses of the city, which to Vice Mayor Fahad's point, that fee would include like the reimbursement amount for the parking study. And so I just also clarified that further to include but not be limited to the various costs incurred by the use of the city's outside technical and legal consultants, so that it's clear what that's for. And that's it.
Okay.
That's all.
The only other thing I have a question on is on this last page, what is it, 8 of 12?
What's the line item?
Line items 169 and 170. And I know this is pretty consistent with, provision of bicycle parking and distance to or inclusion from bus and trolley stops. Because of the areas that we're talking about, I don't want a lot of weight to be given to that.
okay.
Vision of bicycle parking, I mean, we can put up a bike rack, and we do that all over the city now anyway. So I don't want because again, we're going to be giving this to someone who's going to be looking at it, and I don't want this to be part of the criteria that they're using when I don't, in other locations, say in Miami Beach, provisions for bicycle parking is a big deal. You have to have a lot of it there. But in our case, to give a lot of weight to that or to the distance or inclusion of a bus and trolley stop, I don't want someone who's not in the traffic study, who's not familiar with our city, to give that a lot of weight, and they normally would, because it's something that you would give a lot of weight in urban areas. So I'd like to remove them.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Bicycle parking also includes motorcycles, correct?
No,
No.
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 motorcycle is a motor vehicle.
Motorcycle takes up a parking space.
Correct.
Got it.
I can let Chris or if somebody else wants to chime in. I think the idea with 7 items is that it's a holistic view of all of these things that may affect how much parking is needed.
But I think the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, need to carry a lot of weight for the area that we're talking about. And I don't want them weighed equally. And I can see somebody doing, an outside consultant doing a parking study with this criteria. I would weigh them equally if I needed to, if that's what would make the numbers fit. So I really I think the other 5 items, criteria are extremely important in how they, put this together.
Mayor, I think that's a policy call. And ultimately, this table, these 7 items are not weighted. So there's no direction here, and you're right to call that out. There's no direction here as to what is more important than other things. Given the absence of any sort of scale, maybe deleting bicycle parking, if that's not a major concern, deleting it might be the easiest way to get that message home. With respect to the item number 4, which says distance to or inclusion of bus and trolley stops, I don't know how many bus stops there are in the area, or trolley stops for that matter, but certainly that does factor in. I mean, that's the whole point of having buses and trolleys. And I do think that does factor in. How much you discount that is up to you. Or frankly, if you want to delete that as well, that's your prerogative as a council.
Ed,
But
I think that
I would
that's
just
something-
highlight that.
Just shut up.
I think, Ed, that is something that they'll naturally include and look at, but
Correct.
don't want to give it as, our criteria.
Okay, it's up to
Anyone who's
you
doing
and the
the parking
council.
study is going to be cognizant
you
of
and the
those things.
council.
Adam, and, and probably incorporate some part of that into it, but the way I see it right now, there's 7 items and 2 of them are, pretty useless, in the great scheme of things for the properties that we're talking about right here. To us, the
There's
impact of those 2.
consensus. I'm happy to, I have the document open. I'm making the revisions as we sit here. So
I mean, through the chair, we're not talking about any bicycles here in letter C, so just make it consistent and just remove it. If it's not part of the excellence here on the list here on item number C, why? I mean, I don't think it makes.
Is the rest of the council okay with removing that? Yes?
I'm fine.
I'm okay with
Okay.
removing 3.
All right.
Yeah.
But 3 and 4 or just 3?
Well, I'd like to remove both. I mean, it's not that those aren't going to be there. It's, it's that the distance of them won't be determined in the parking requirements. If we were talking about an area where, the people are using a lot of public transit and, like Miami Beach or Brickell or something where they are using, or downtown Miami, then I think that those need to have a lot of weight. But in our situation, what's going to be more important is the on-street parking, the on-site parking, the peak traffic in and around the circle, which is, the main area of the Gateway District, the distance to public parking. I think that's something that consistently the Business and Economic Development Task Force has brought up, that, that they feel that, for the businesses having parking near the business. And I don't necessarily agree with that myself. I think pedestrian traffic is good for businesses, but, this is something that they've brought up and they feel is very important to their businesses. So but there's a trolley stop, incorporated into that, for the area that we're talking about. And, it would be wonderful if down the road,
I mean, these
perhaps the
facts,
mass transit was better, was more utilized here, but right now, let's face it, it's not.
Right, as things exist right now, I have no problem with 3 and 4 being removed.
so just to be clear, these are factors that an engineer who's doing a parking study are going to take into consideration when they're doing their parking study.
Exactly right.
So what we're doing is we're removing it as factors that we'll consider when waiving the parking requirements on our
No,
end.
I think it's
So
just
these
factors
are-
that he won't consider.
these are things that must be considered. There's a shall there.
Yeah.
Right.
So we can, here's what I would like to do, because I don't like to totally rewrite things on the dais. I think Ed and I understand what it is that your goal is. Let us come up with something so that it's
Mm.
clear that bicycle parking and trolley stops
Should not get the same weight as,
Right.
on-street and off-street parking, which in
Right.
another locale, they probably should. There are a lot of people in other areas of Miami-Dade County that don't use a car and don't need a car and live in communities where they,
Let them wordsmith it all.
Pardon me?
Oh, let them wordsmith. it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
just flag.
All right,
just
you
flag
know
them.
what I mean. I just don't want
Yeah,
that.
you don't
but
want
I've
it
seen the
weighted the
parking
same
studies,
way.
yes, and it comes back and, you're trying to make something work and you can use, all of this criteria, you're going to use what you can to make it work. And I want to make sure that, that it's what's working best for our specific community.
Can I get an answer or clarification on the answer if we didn't have the answer to my question? So this says that the city planner is using a parking study to establish the parking requirements. And then those factors listed below are the factors that the city planner, that the city considers. But this is independent of the parking study. The engineers have their criteria for doing a
Correct.
parking study.
Correct.
They don't, like, that's standard stuff that has nothing to do with what we think is important or not,
That's
right?
correct. And that's why I would really like to speak with an engineer, not a lawyer.
Right.
And see, because like, I know Ed and I have talked about the traffic engineers have the International Traffic Engineers Manual, the
Right.
ITE.
They've got their own things that they,
And so they use certain standards that are applied
right.
throughout. So, yes.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So at the end of the day, the parking study is a tool that the city uses to determine the parking requirements. And then, so we're talking about these just within that context of, these are the factors that we consider in addition to the results of the parking study,
The city planner and then recommendation. to us.
right?
Yeah. Yes, I think that's how it would be
Right.
applied. I don't know if Chris or Ed have a difference of opinion there, but I guess not. So I will.
Oh, I,
Well-
no difference here.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. And I'm just gonna highlight that as well too. Okay. All right.
And in the past parking study at the Gateway District, I know that those were factors that were used in the traffic consultant. They used, distance to a trolley and those kinds of things in deciding what was, so, in most areas, in several areas throughout the county, that would be an important factor. I don't think they are here.
That's their criteria.
That's their criteria, but if we have it in ours, as these are
Sure,
important
no,
things
I
to us,
understand,
that
yeah.
sends a message to them that that's important to them, that's important to us. And I want to make it very clear, these are the issues that, that we're concerned with.
I don't think we influence the independent engineers, but I get your point, right? Like, again, the traffic study is one component of what we do to as a city to establish the parking requirements. And so if there's something that we want to emphasize or de-emphasize, then that's all right. But it's,
Well, I think this is, when I've been involved in these things in the past, if there's a bus stop, it's counted as a bus stop. It doesn't matter who's using it. It's counted into the study. Do you see what I'm saying?
right.
But the reality is that there may be a bus stop and in a city, say Miami Beach or downtown Miami, it is highly used. Whereas in Miami Springs, yes, we have it there, but it's not being
But it may
used.
not.
And I think those are really important components of this whole, calculation.
Right.
Okay.
So
I'm
with
sorry,
that,
let's
that's
go
your
on.
first reading. We normally
Thank
don't go
you.
into that much detail, but we wanted to make sure everybody understood what was going
I had
on.
one more under FC,
FC.
FC, okay, so line
Okay.
207,
line
Approximately?
207. Yes.
okay.
Do we need to include in there paid for by the applicant? Or is that redundant?
So that's
The
a
traffic
traffic
study.
study, which is different than the parking study.
Okay.
Correct.
So should the traffic study should be paid for by the applicant also, right? Because we're passing on.
All of these are done,
Fees.
the surveys are done by the
Okay.
by the developer applicant, thank you. Surveys, plans, like, we're not gonna write in that the architectural plans are paid for by the developer, like,
Okay. But this
So-
is understood, then
Yes.
this also, the traffic study will be paid by will be passed on to,
No,
no,
that's
the
not.
traffic study.
The application that's submitted by the developer includes all of these things, and a traffic study is required to be submitted by the developer at the developer's expense, chosen by the developer. This is not chosen by the city. The focus that we had was on parking, so that's why we made that distinction there.
Specific, right.
Through the chair.
And
Go ahead, go
sorry,
ahead.
just to close the loop on that. Go back to our ability to utilize outside technical consultants. This is an area where the planning department can utilize a traffic engineer. If they feel that the traffic study, and this happens oftentimes in the development review process, that you'll have a survey submitted by the applicant, and then the city will have its survey team look at that survey and identify, well, hey, you missed this, or we need you to clarify X or Y or whatever. Same thing with the traffic study. The developer will submit a traffic study. The city can send that traffic study to its traffic engineers, who will look at it and say, yes, you said this, but you really didn't account for something else. And then there's a back and forth before it ever comes to you. There's a back and forth where that traffic study and concerns with it are addressed. And that sometimes results in lane changes, in stacking changes, so that you have a right turn lane or a left turn lane that provides for 5 cars instead of 3 cars. And so all of that is done through that back and forth process during the review process before it ever gets approved by the city council. And the same goes with the site plan, with landscape plans. You can have landscape architects. The developer's landscape architect will submit landscape plans to the city. The city can have its landscape architect review those and say, yeah, that's nice that you submitted what you think should be the plans are, but that doesn't meet our code requirements. Or this should really be, this plant should be, or this tree should be planted over here. You have it, too close to something where it's not going to live, it's not going to survive. So that back and forth is done at all of these different technical levels. So.
And those costs incurred are reimbursed to the city
Correct.
by the developer.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So we don't
And
have,
Chris, did I get that correct?
Totally correct. Yes, absolutely. That's exactly how it would work. If we felt the need, normally I'm comfortable with reviewing site plans, but if we felt the need to go to outside reviewer, we'll just get billed and pass that on to the applicant.
And I believe on page 11 of 12, under number 3, line item 300, it addresses that. I think Heidi put that in. It's underlined. It says that includes but not limited to the various costs incurred by the use of the city's outside technical and legal consultants.
Correct.
I think that line in itself is
Sufficient.
wonderful.
Well, Mayor, if you're looking for a motion, I move we move this thing, 11A, first reading.
Second
second.
discussion.
And that's
Should
with
we
the
discuss
Discuss
this?
it now.
and that's with the changes that you've.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
No,
Councilman, your
no,
motion is with
no.
the changes
Noted, Mayor.
discussed.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, call the vote, please.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Go ahead.
No, that wasn't me.
Okay, Vice Mayor Behet,
Yes.
Councilman Best.
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo.
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you. Okay, so.
Thanks for your work on that, Haiti. by the way.
Yes, thank you. This is,
Item 11B is your next item. It's since I have the mic, if you want me to read it, I'll go ahead.
Yes.
Read it or whatever. This is a resolution for the city council of the city of Miami Springs, Florida, approving a special magistrate services agreement with
Sarah
Hilla,
Mendez,
thank you.
PA.
PA, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
So just to introduce the item, this is a resolution that follows a series of discussions that we've had since last year. As you may remember, during last year's budgeting process, I've been told I need to sit closer to the mic. During last year's budgeting process, we talked about the opportunity to utilize a special magistrate instead of the code enforcement board. And at the time, we discussed potentially using the members who have very well served the city as volunteers on the code enforcement board and applying them to, if they would like, and this is not a requirement, they don't have to be appointed, but the city council could transition those members to the nuisance abatement board, which meets as needed. And thankfully, we haven't had to have the board meet, but we did create a new board, the nuisance abatement board. And so that will need to be, those members will need to be filled at some point. So this item is to bring it full circle. This item is to appoint a special magistrate who would serve as the judge. We had a few of those here this evening and still do. Thank you, Judge, for staying with us. This item would have Ms. Mendez serve as your judge, as your special magistrate, overseeing code enforcement proceedings. One of the benefits that we believe comes with having a magistrate, and this is what's used in many cities throughout the state. This is not unique to Miami Springs. In fact, the use of a code enforcement board is somewhat unique. There are cities that use a board. There are cities here in South Florida that we serve that use the board. But for the most part, the magistrate is what's used. I would say, I don't want to give a percentage, but my partner, Jose Arango, who does a lot more code proceedings than I do, he's on Zoom as well. It is something that we see more of. So Ms. Mendez is also on the line. She is a practitioner in local government law. She has been, I circulated her resume to you about a week ago and shared her experience with you. She has served as a state attorney for, I think, 16, if not 18 years at the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office as an assistant state attorney, as a prosecutor. Following that, she served as an assistant city attorney for the city of Hialeah's city attorney's office. She was with them for, and Ms. Mendez, please, I'm sorry if I get any of these dates wrong, please correct me. She was with the city attorney's office for 6 years. And she also opened her own law practice where she serves as outside counsel to cities and represents municipalities in all things from police legal advising to code enforcement matters to contracts, procurement, ethics issues, etc. All of the things that a city attorney does. So she's very familiar with the process. And if you would like to meet Ms. Mendez, she is available to answer any questions you may have. We have negotiated an agreement with Ms. Mendez consistent with what we had discussed during last year's budgeting process. And so that's her agreement is before you.
I had a question.
Sure.
You had started to say, Heidi, that one of the benefits of this, and then I think we got sidetracked and talked about how common or uncommon it is, or how common it is for other municipalities to have a magistrate rather than a board. But do you want to finish your thought about the benefits of a magistrate?
Yes, I think having a magistrate, to me, and I'll let Jose add in as well. I think having a magistrate takes sort of the politics and policy making out of the process. When we have a board, it's very easy for us to, and I've sat on these boards, I've counseled boards, it happens with planning and zoning boards as well. People forget when they're serving on a board that they are serving as judges. They're serving as the final decision makers, or serving as an arbiter, as opposed to a policymaker, which is what you all are. Unless, of course, we're sitting in that quasi judicial capacity. So have to throw that in. So it's very it's sometimes challenging for volunteers, residents who are very, very well intentioned to make a decision that is against perhaps their next door neighbor, somebody they've known for 30 years, someone down the street, someone who lives in the community, somebody who their kids play Little League together. It's hard to judge your peers. So I think that to me is one of the main things. It helps with that. It also helps with efficiencies. You have a judge, you have an attorney who is, in this case, Ms. Mendez does not reside in Miami Springs. There's no requirement that you reside or not reside in the city. But I think that that's a benefit to have somebody from outside the city who is neutral, and they read your code. They hear the evidence that's presented to them by the city. If there's a response by the property owner can respond and provide their evidence. And that judge, that special magistrate, is going to weigh that evidence and make a decision. And without concerns of they're neutral. So they're not concerned that they're going to see this person at Little League or down the street and they're going to be upset. Why did you give me a fine? Why did you find that my grass was too high or my roof was dirty or whatever the violation may be? So I think that neutrality is very helpful. I think having an attorney, particularly somebody who has served as a prosecutor, is especially helpful because it's somebody who understands due process. They understand that you have, there's an entire code enforcement process. Property owners receive a citation, they get notice of what they have allegedly done wrong, where they failed to meet the code's requirements. There's notice of that, there's a hearing, there's an opportunity to be heard. And so you have someone who understands that process and legally makes sure that before an order is entered, those requirements have been met. Now, I'm not going to say that appeals are not taken of code enforcement matters. That's why we have the circuit court sitting in an appellate capacity. And then, of course, our appellate courts, once it goes beyond that. So I think those are some of the main benefits. I think particular to Miami Springs is, and Jose sits with the code enforcement board. He serves as a city attorney at those board meetings. What I understand has become sort of a hindrance and a delay in obtaining compliance is the board's well-meaning intentions to give property owners sort of time and oftentimes very extended amounts of times to come into compliance, where the city is saying this person has been out of compliance for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and extensions keep happening. So you want to make sure that you have orders entered that give people the opportunity to come into compliance. They always do. But then otherwise, if you don't come into compliance within a reasonable time frame, then fines will accrue. And those fines become a lien against your property. And for all of us who've purchased or sold a property, sometimes you have a lien that's there for 5 years. Sometimes you've forgotten about it innocently. Sometimes you're just waiting for that day to come when you have to sort of pay the piper. And you have that enforcement. And so it's that, you want people to, I think Miami Springs, like many cities, are not looking to collect fines. That's not your goal. Your goal is to keep your community, the beautiful community that you know and love. And so you want compliance, but you also need to make sure that people have a reason to comply when they sort of have not complied for an extensive period. And there have been times that I have received calls from the manager saying, Heidi, why haven't we been able to foreclose or take some sort of lawsuit, take some sort of action in court against this property owner? They've been out of compliance for however long. And I'll talk to Jose and we'll look at the file and, well, the code board has not issued an order. So that order hasn't become a lien. And so the city's enforcement capabilities are severely restricted when we can't take that next step. And for members who may be unfamiliar with what that next step is, once you have a lien, the city is able to foreclose on that lien. And that's not to say that the city wants to become a property owner. That's certainly not the city's intent. But those are the mechanisms that you have in your toolbox. And I think that that's a really important tool that sometimes we haven't been as effective at utilizing. And this isn't to go after people and come down like really hard on them unnecessarily, but you do have certain cases where you do have to come down hard. And so I think that's where having a magistrate is helpful. Jose, do you have anything to add? I know I said a lot.
Yeah, I would echo your thoughts on this. I would also point out that I think that a special magistrate, as far as my experience between the boards and special magistrates are more used by the cities that I've worked with, and it tends to render more consistent opinions as opposed to boards that it's very the decision making on certain issues is very erratic. So it tends to streamline the process, and it does ultimately lead to a more efficient process. So we tend to stay on track more consistently. So that's one of my just one of the things that I would note as well.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of thoughts here bouncing around in my head. And I'm trying to recall the conversations we've had in the past. And of course, sitting in on a couple of sessions of the code enforcement boards, you know, kind of sense of it. And so what I'm thinking is, one is my experience, short experience with the code compliance boards. We've had, in some cases, we have people sitting there for a lot of years. And I don't want to use the word jaded, but you know, they've gotten into their ways. And first of all, I like the idea that we have boards and commissions in the city. I really do. It allows for a greater democratic process, if you will, and people engaging. I think some work better than others. I think some need more attention in terms of structure. We've talked a little bit about the communication that we wanted to have, and we instituted this past year. So, and I understand the perspective of a magistrate. I'm just wondering if there's a way of kind of teasing this out a little bit with the concept. And I'm not an attorney, but the concept I'm coming up is this small claims courts, which takes care of a certain level of compliance issues. There are others that are more egregious and do require a more systematic opinion to get the city moving on certain things. And so I'm just sort of thinking about maybe, I'm just wondering how much of work would it be for a magistrate? I'm thinking about cost, and is everything that code compliance does going to be by a magistrate? And then, you know, how does that complicate things both structurally and financially for the city? Those are the thoughts that I'm sort of, maybe we don't need to get rid of code compliance board completely, but you know, the magistrate handles some heavier issues. You follow what I'm saying? I'm trying to say.
Well, the cost is a concern for me. You know, that's something that we need to look at with the cost. But you're saying, are you suggesting, Councilman, that both things would work? We've had both, and then some things would, I'm not sure what you're saying.
What I'm looking at is a way of layering this. I say I agree with a lot of what our city council has said about the dynamics that have happened in many sessions of code compliance and people not feeling comfortable, or they don't make a decision, and that holds the city up from being able to take care of a foreclosure or something like that. And what I'm wondering is if there should be maybe a dual thought process here, where a certain level of, I call it small claims court, right? That you know, that the system has come up with resolving matters that are of a lower level or conflictive level or monetarily level, as opposed to something that's more egregious. that would really, we would be looking at some kind of foreclosure or something of that nature. Am I
I
being-
understand what you're saying. I think that when it comes to the costs, when it comes to egregiousness, Jose can speak to this certainly, because he actually sees the cases that run the gamut.
Mm.
But what you're really finding is you have people who do work without a permit, and you're enforcing those types of cases. You're enforcing cases on property maintenance standards. Jose, what are the types of cases that the Code Enforcement Board sees now that would be handled by a magistrate?
All cases, the magistrate and the board is interchangeable under the current code. So
No, Jose, my question is specifically, if you were to look at the caseload, right, thank you, and you had 100 cases, I think probably 70% might be for work without a permit. And
there's
then you might
many
have another.
guilty cases. Yeah, we do have, I would say most of the cases on the docket are some type of underlying building violation. A work without permit is typical. We get those all the time. The problem is that we talk about what's egregious, what's not. The issue with that is that it gets to a point when nothing's been done, okay, and we're going into cases that are 2, 3, 4 years old, and then we want to take action. The problem is that it's been continued so many times that we don't have an order. So it's become egregious when at first everyone thought it was harmless. So it's better to be consistent from the get-go than think about just put these cases in a type of egregious category. It's really not until you get to that point. That's really how this develops over time. And it's something that it's better to nip it in the bud than to push these cases and just continue them and then just table them. And then when we find out that there's no order rendered, that's where we start running into problems.
And to the councilman's question about costs, I know Jose has explained to me, as has the manager and the clerk's office, that there are costs, even though we don't pay the Code Enforcement Board, there are unseen costs with noticing the meetings, getting quorum for the meetings, streaming the meetings, et cetera. All of those costs, rescheduling, all of those administrative soft costs that you don't see are happening. And so you're spending that, and then
Heidi, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Jose.
So the same statute and the same code applies as far as the recoupment of costs. We are entitled to get our costs from each and every case. And that would apply just as much to the magistrate as it would for a board. Heidi's right. There are costs that just to hold the hearing, the city incurs a cost, even though the board members are at will. We're not paying them. But if it was the special magistrate that would take that role, then we would also incur that cost and we would recoup that cost per case. So that's all recouped as part of just the cost of the city's cost of doing business, and the city's entitled to collect that.
To that point, Jose, I think all of us are familiar. I think some of us have gotten some traffic tickets, right? And so you pay a fee to have your case heard sometimes when you go to court, right? So similarly, there's a fee that is imposed and then collected for having cases brought to the Code Enforcement Board currently, right, Jose?
Right. So if a case gets prosecuted and the city prevails, then of course there would be an administrative fee, or I mean, the term changes city per city, but it could be a court cost or administrative fee or just general costs.
And
that
those
we
are
would
costs
impose.
we have now anyway, right?
Yes.
Those are costs that either way, with
Yes.
the magistrate or with the
Yes.
board.
Yes.
Yes. And I don't know the last time that we reviewed if those costs are up to date, but that's something that you
We
could
can do
look
that.
at as well.
I wanted to just mention a few things, and I'm sure everyone has some thoughts on this. The cost is a concern for the magistrate because it looks like from looking at these, and we can ask some more questions about this later about the cost, but it can be substantial. But I know that one of the common complaints that I get, and I probably everyone on this council gets all the time, is why doesn't the city enforce our standards, our codes? It looks really dumpy. This looks really bad. Why are we so inconsistent? And the reality is, yes, it's true that, in a lot of areas of Miami Springs, things are, you've seen it like this dumpy for a long, long time. And perhaps there's been a violation, but the violation is going on and on and on. I get calls from residents who get upset because they've reported a violation and they go, this was, I saw code enforcement go over there and it's been 4 months and nothing's changed. And nothing's changed because, or 6 months, because it's in this process of it just kind of keeps going. So it sends a message to the neighbors, in the area who saw something and reported it. And that what happens, nothing seems to happen, even though there may be something in process. The other thing is that I know, and this happened just recently with our code compliance board, and these are excellent members that have been serving, some of them, for, 16 years. And, right now we have some openings on the board. Anyone that sits here on the council knows it's really hard to fill board seats. Everyone says, yes, I want to be on a board, but really when you pin them down, they're like, well, in the future, call me back or something, or even if they sign up for a board, they do it for a little bit and then they go, I've tried it, I want to move on. So, finding someone who is really, wants to make it, makes the responsibility, a true responsibility to serve on a board is difficult, even though all our residents have good intentions. The other thing is this, that because they are volunteers, like what happened with the code compliance board just recently, at the last minute, and this happens with all the boards, somebody calls and says, I was planning to make it, but I'm stuck at work. I can't make it tonight. So there's no quorum. So all of a sudden the meeting's supposed to be at 6 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, our city clerk has to cancel the meeting because there's no quorum. Everyone's upset because it's posted. Our residents say it's, posted on your agenda. Why is it on the agenda? Because we got a call from one of our one of our members who says, I'm stuck at work. I can't make it and we have to cancel it. And with most of our advisory boards, that's not a big deal. If in reality, as valued as they are, if the ecology board can't meet 1 month or the parks board can't meet 1 month, they can push the stuff up to their next meeting. But with the code compliance board, if they can't meet 1 month, like this past month, they weren't able to meet because they didn't have a quorum. And now we don't meet in July. This is moving things into August. So what happens with some of the residents who are, even if they have a violation against them, they're still residents of Miami Springs and they're planning to come. A lot of them have their representation. They've got their papers together. They have their, legal representation or whatever to come to the meeting. And then they find out, at 5 o'clock, no, it's canceled and it'll be in another month if we happen to get a quorum. And in the meantime, so that's unfair to them. But in the meantime, too, these issues aren't being resolved that are really sometimes issues that, that they're timely and they're costly. And so I guess what I'm bringing out is just, I see it both ways. I'm extremely, extremely grateful to our members on the code enforcement board. I've heard that there's some misinformation going out there that we're eliminating all boards and stuff. This isn't by any means that. We're talking about one board transferring the process of it. And my understanding is that one of the recent new boards that we've created, which is the Public Nuisance Abatement Board, that the existing members from the code compliance would be appointed to that and they would serve on that. But it's not something that is, so urgent that every month. In reality, it's like, a pretty big function of the city. We have code enforcement officers that are going out there and giving violations. And the next step is if somebody wants to appeal it, to appeal before this board. And it's pretty important that not only that the board is readily available, but that they're consistent in how that's being applied. And I know that that's an issue. And some of these things that have been going on for years and years and years really isn't fair to our community. and it, and doesn't serve in the best interest of our community. So,
Mayor,
yes, sir.
I would also add something. So my one of the members of the board who served admirably for a long time called me, said that she was no longer going to serve because some a change in workload, and I thanked her for her service. And so that seat was open. I've been trying, and I've approached quite a few people that I thought like would be objective, unbiased, and qualified to do it, and they don't want to serve because it kind of ties into that the neutrality thing. Like, well, I don't want to, I don't want to run into somebody or, a neighbor, and this is so they don't, they'd like to be able to help, but they don't want to get put into that position. And I think that we should move towards the thought of somebody that is independent and doesn't live in this city and is just, I mean, nobody is unbiased, right? Like everybody has their biases, but this is a person who doesn't have skin in the game, in that they're not a member of the community, and they don't live here, and they don't have to worry about that their judgment is going to cause some kind of problem because they're just independent. And I think that that's something that, in trying to find a replacement, is something that I think would be helpful. So I think that I'd like to underscore that point. Is I think it's a benefit that the person is independent and isn't a resident of the city.
To the chair. I do agree with what Vice Mayor Councilman Vijay said. I personally reached out to Jacqueline Martinez Herrera. She did serve on our code compliance board for 9 years. She recently resigned in April of this year. I don't know the reasons why, but I did approach her. I don't know her personally. I've been able to witness her work. I don't come to the physical meetings, but I've chimed into Zoom. She's also an attorney. She's been an attorney for over 20 years. She's very familiar with real estate, and she's very familiar with our code compliance laws. And she also, from what I see, she abides by the code. So I think anybody serving on any board, especially a code compliance board, is already going to expect to get some sort of like comment or why did you vote this way? But I do either way. I support the special magistrate services. I would like to maybe open it up for more options and other resumes that we can see. I appreciate Heidi going out of your way and talking to Ms. Mendez. Thank you for being here tonight. I just want to give this, if we're going to go this route, I want to see, I'm a person, it's just like, going to go buy something. I want to make sure, not about the price, but I want to make sure I'm getting not only quality, but a good match for our city and something that we can vote on. So going back to Jackie, she performed really well. And I just wanted she told me that she'd be up for it, but I do understand where maybe, the ties to the community, but then we have our residents saying, well, the code compliance board is made up of community members and they know what the community needs. And I don't agree with that because since I've been sitting here, we haven't received any recommendations from our code compliance board. So if you're seeing continuous issues, if you're saying, hey, you know what, this has come up a couple of times, let us make a recommendation to council. Maybe we can fix this ordinance or amend this ordinance or put in something. Like they should be providing us, I think, not only solutions and getting these things out of the way, but I also think that it's important and it's a responsibility from them to bring us recommendations just like any other board. Maybe to work an item because this is becoming really stringent, and do we really need this because we don't need this, you know what I mean? So I think if we're going to have a board, they also have to be proactive with their council.
And you do have the code review board,
Right,
which serves, I know they have
Not
very
anymore, we
similar
don't.
names.
Not anymore, we don't.
But you did have that. So
Yeah.
you can have the code enforcement board. I think part of the function that you see from staff is also bringing city initiated revisions. And so where Jose, the manager, Chris, code enforcement staff. I don't think you're going to see revisions on. And
Another
Hey,
thing is,
are you, you're not on mute.
another thing is, I understand that she lives here, but again, this is not a permanent thing. This is by contract. So if it doesn't work out and we see that it's not working out with this person, maybe we can try somebody else. But if we want to give it a fair shot where somebody knows our community, I mean, they have a Florida bar license. They're not going to risk their license because fulanito de la quina doesn't like me and he's looking at me with a weird eye. Like, I think that these professionals have a certain mindset where they're not going to allow themselves to be delegated or compromised because they have a lot to lose. And a lot of people are looking.
Councilwoman, what you're just saying is you're for the idea of the magistrate, but you would like to have
Open it up.
open it up to have more
Mhm.
candidates
Correct.
to review. Okay.
I would, and
Also,
All right,
I think
and-
when we talked about this at the end, I don't know if I maybe have asked Alonso, but as far as costs, I think the investment into the magistrate way outweighed. At the end of the day, we're not here to tackle and to kill people, but it does pay for itself and above. It becomes honestly some sort of revenue. I don't think we're going to be on the negative hiring a magistrate.
I have a
Well-
question and a comment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the comment again, and I think that we kind of echo the same sentiment about having, and I go back to, I think if it's one person who's independent who reads our code and makes a judgment, I think is the right way to go. Because it would be one person, like I'm having trouble getting somebody who wants to put themselves, even though they're qualified, to put themselves out there and make judgments and, and vote on levying fines on their neighbors. If it were one person, and as much as I like Ms. Reguera, I would not want it to be one person who's making the judgment who lives in this community. Like I don't think that would be a good idea.
What do you mean?
That I wouldn't want the magistrate to be the sole person making a judgment and have them be somebody who lives in this community.
Okay.
I feel like it kind of puts them out there. I'm having trouble finding somebody to serve on a board, but one other question or a question, because the whole notion of, you need the context of being somebody who lives in the city to kind of understand at the end of the day, whatever judgment a magistrate would make, that could be appealed to the council, right? No?
So code enforcement. Code enforcement actions are appealed, not to the council by law, by state law. They are appealed to the appellate division of the
Okay.
circuit court.
Okay.
So that in itself lends itself, I think, more readily to a magistrate has looked at it. And then if it's appealed, there's, I would think, a good sound judgment as to, why the made their decision, and taking away the part of, we've put a lot of responsibility on our code enforcement board members, because this board is like that, looking at our code, interpreting our code, and then having, somebody who is coming and, has an issue. They've had the violation for a long time. It's been going on and on and on. What do we do? And I've sat in these meetings, and a lot of them do get to just, extend it because, they're trying to work with it, and, and you feel sorry for them. I don't see the problem with it being a resident of the Miami Springs or not being a resident of Miami Springs. I feel like whoever that person is hired for that position, similar to any other city employee. They've been hired for that. And whether you like it, our code enforcement officer maybe live in Miami Springs or they don't, but that's their job. Our police officers may live in Miami Springs or not, but that's their job. So I don't see that that's an issue, because it's different from perhaps serving on a board and feeling this is your neighbor and I'm volunteering for this as to, this is my job responsibility. And, and there's pros and cons to both, but I think that would be something that we decide based on, if we do ask for more candidates, based on the merits of each candidate, that we decide, whether to each of us that's an important factor one way or the other.
Mayor, if I might.
Yes, sir.
A lot of moving parts here, I'll tell you, but I agree with you totally on your last statement, though, relative to a city employee. If Officer O'Malley that lives 3 blocks away from you gives you a ticket, he can't be held accountable just because he lives 3 blocks from you. mean, so, I mean, that puts that to bed. But here's the deal, the way I look at it. I look at this as a centralized issue versus a democratic issue relative to 5 members of a board versus one person making a decision. And I don't think that we need to lose that in this town of these people judged by your peers. We'll go back to that. It was mentioned earlier in the discussion. To lose that value that we have here, the people that live in this town and want these things to be upheld, want these people to stand up to the laws as they're written. Remember, a few years ago in this town, we used to call it enforcement. We changed it to compliance. We did that for a reason, so that things such as that were just mentioned were help these people out. Okay, you owe $300, all right, $150, and it's done. It moves on. Again, this board and adjustment are the only 2 boards of any substantial amount of clout or teeth or leverage that can essay fines that we have in the city. There's only 2. The rest are all informational in nature, ecology, recreation, education, all of the above. And as far as finding somebody I've never had any problem finding anybody to sit on these boards. These people love it. And I've had very few people of my appointment that have resigned either. So I don't know if I'm buying that either. I just think it's something that we really don't want to lose. And again, we discussed the cost a little bit. We still don't have a number in front of us what a magistrate's going to cost us. But I don't think that the argument that was planted earlier is very salient either, that it's about a wash. I don't think so. You're paying a magistrate. You're paying a magistrate. You're not paying anybody else. Staff's going to be here anyway, magistrate or not. So that's kind of my thought on the whole thing, Mayor. I can't support this. I cannot.
To the chair, I think we're just looking for efficiency and a reliable system. So if we want to have these cases reviewed, checked off, and moved on, and it reflects on our city, I think we will go this route. We've had a code compliance board for a very long time, and I don't think I appreciate the service. I just don't think it's an above and beyond of a reflection to see it transpire throughout the city. And we need the reliability. There's people taking off time from work to attend to these meetings or something. I just think that we're just looking for a more efficient process, more efficient and reliable process.
Would you,
That's up to the
Miss
council.
Ms. Mendez has been participating in our meetings since 7 p.m. She is she is away, actually, I think on vacation, but she is available for us if you'd like to at least hear from her. She is very qualified. I would invite you to look at her resume. We have lots of qualified attorneys in South Florida. But I think that Ms. Mendez's experience lends itself very well to this type of role. So
It appears to me that she has a stellar resume and absolutely nothing against her. My point being at all. I'd hire her in a New York minute.
I didn't think so, Councilman.
No,
Bennett,
ma'am.
But I just, since
No,
she
in all,
has been with us for a few hours.
in all due respect, she does have a stellar resume. I agree with you. But I disagree with this in principle, certainly
know
not
you
the
do.
candidate.
Yes.
I know you do.
And I do want to thank you for patiently sitting through our meeting and listening to this. I do have some questions as far as the cost itself, because I'm trying to, consider both options. I find that, what happened through no fault of any council person on the code compliance board of canceling the meeting, this last meeting, and then by, chance and it's not that easy to reschedule these meetings because the commission chambers are used almost every night. There's something going on. So it's not like, there's necessarily an open date. Plus everyone else on the council has to, on that board, has to be available for that same date. So if we know, if it's always the first Tuesday of the month and we don't have a quorum that day and that's canceled, it's not that easy to all of a sudden find 5 people, or 6 people or however many are on the board that can meet on the few nights that we happen to have the city council meetings available. And there, again, with other boards, it's not a big deal. But with the code compliance, it is a big deal because particularly for our residents who have a violation against them, but they're still residents of Miami Springs, and they're coming and they're saying, I got all ready and all of a sudden, and I've sat in some of those and they do bring their attorneys sometimes and that's, costly. So I think, but my concern with the, and I agree with what Councilman Best is saying of, it's always been a practice that we do have a group of your peers that are familiar with Miami Springs and with your situation, and that has its own value. But the cost itself of the magistrate, it seems to me from reading this, and maybe I'm not understanding it totally, it looks like it's $250 per hour, guaranteed 4 hours. But part of that 4 hours is travel, 1 hour travel time. Okay, so we're paying $250 for travel time to and from the city.
Yeah.
That seems high. And I'm sure with attorneys that you pass these on to the clients normally, these costs, but I mean, that's still a cost that we're incurring, whether it's normal that you pass that on or not, whether that's it's nonetheless, we're paying $250 for someone to travel to one of our meetings, which means that there's only 3 hours in meetings. Jose, how long do those meetings usually last?
An hour, maybe, hour 15, hour 20 max. Go compliance meetings.
Yeah,
On occasion, one will go an hour, a little over an hour and a half.
I would say on average closer to 2 hours. And we're not getting through a large docket. It's, you could see a sample docket for any given hearing. It's not many cases are being going through in that amount of time.
And I also believe they've
So-
limited the cases to 10 per code enforcement officer, where it's changed a lot. We used to have 40, 50 cases
Yeah.
in one
That's right.
meeting.
So you could
So
be
now
more
it's-
efficient in the past.
Right.
So
And each of those cases, what's the administrative fee that goes with each case?
Oh, I don't know. Jose might know. It's on the
I think it's
paper.
probably $75 or
Something
Yeah,
like
I believe it's 75 at this time.
so when you're only limited, respectfully, many judges handle dockets in their morning dockets of upwards of 50 and 100 hearings in an hour, because it's very efficient. And we attorneys are used to that. I think the public, we don't need to have 100 cases on a docket, but you also have the ability with a magistrate to be able to identify what the issues are, not engage in concerns about whether it's good policy or not. Those are decisions for you, once again, to make. But rather whether the individual who is alleged to have committed a violation has actually committed the violation, and whether they receive proper notice of it, and then make a decision. They're reading your law and applying it. And so when you can have more than 10 cases, and maybe you don't need to have meetings every month, or maybe you can just expedite things, that can be handled, I think, much more efficiently with a magistrate.
what?
But yes, it is a 4 hour, in fairness, I think Jose can also speak to this, but I think this is a lower rate than what many magistrates are paid, if not similar. And so Ms. Mendez, obviously her hourly rate is, I'm sure, much higher than this. And as a courtesy to cities, oftentimes we reduce our rates. So.
But it's not reduced rate if it's 250 including travel.
That is a
It's
reduced rate, Mayor.
Well, what I'm saying is for the hours that we're getting, it's 350.
Maybe it should be a resident then. Maybe it should be a resident if we're paying for travel.
Do the chair.
Get somebody who lives in the bird section or something.
I think we
Who
should
it's
open
for.
this up for more options again to see. I'm not familiar with what attorneys cost, so I can't say here, this is a great rate. It probably is, but I like to compare a couple of things before I personally make a decision. So, this is not for a decision now if we don't want to, but I think we should revisit with other agreements in place.
But
to
as far
see.
as the fixed costs, like our code enforcement officers still come, right?
Yes.
So we pay overtime for that, or I don't know how that works. But
I
anyway,
think they
there's
get
still, it's the
comp
same.
time.
They
There-
get
there's
comp
like
time.
a-
Okay.
Yeah, there's something.
So
that-
either way, that's cost is still the same. The cost of
The clerk's office.
Sandra's here.
clerk's office is so those costs are all
Still
the same.
Yep.
Right?
Mhm.
So we're weighing,
Can I ask a question? Jose,
Yes.
if you're there, you said you represent some cities that use magistrates, correct? Is it your opinion
Correct.
that those cities get through cases more efficiently, in
Yes.
you said that are like significantly more? I mean, you said that we take about 2 hours and it sounds like there's a cap of about 10 cases. What is your experience working with municipalities that use a magistrate? Does it seem like they, get through the docket quicker because it's just one person ruling?
Yes. Yes. It's a lot more efficient. Typically speaking, so I looked at the last agenda, which is the hearing that there was a lack of quorum, so we couldn't proceed. But on that agenda, there was about 8 items. And that's not much. And typically we would be there, on average, an hour and a half to 2 hours, maybe. I think in that time frame, using a special magistrate, you could probably get. There's no bright line for this, but I guess on average, I'd be looking at over 20 cases minimum that would be able to go through. Typically speaking, some cities that I work with have cases, have agendas with about close to 50 cases.
but are we having cases that then aren't being heard because
Yes.
There's a backlog.
there's a backlog in
Yes,
cases
there
that
is.
need to be
Yes.
heard? But why
So
is that?
Because of the tabling. They're
Not
just-
enough what?
Hours, right?
Huh? Not enough that the meeting goes too long? Is that, I don't understand why we have cases backlogged. I
Just
understand right
compliance.
now
I
we'll
mean,
have cases
remember,
backlogged
it's
because
5
we
people
missed a
discussing a
meeting.
case, and
they-
some
they-
agree, some don't agree, they extend,
They meet the first Tuesday of every month, right?
Yes.
That's it. I mean, it can be added. It can, if we have an
No, but that's what
overdraw
I'm
of
saying,
cases,
that
it can
there
be.
are
There's a lot of
cases-
extensions given for
A lot.
cases, for them to comply, a lot of extensions.
Let me just ask, okay, say if they had met, and I understand right now, they're not going to meet for 2 weeks, 2 months. So
2 months, right,
obviously there's going to be a
months.
backlog, but say if the code compliance board had met at the beginning of this month, like they were scheduled to do.
Right.
You're saying that cases wouldn't have come before code compliance because they don't have enough time to review them, or just because they're not ready or they're extended?
No, they're typically extended. They'll give them the extension. They'll give them 2 months to come into compliance. They'll come again, appear, oh, I need more time. So that that's a recurring thing.
But I guess
for-
what I'm asking is if if we have a magistrate and the magistrate can do double the cases, do we have double the cases for them to do?
Oh, I'm sure we would find. I mean, we had to cut down in order to fit
Okay.
within the 2-hour time period, or else we'd be here all night hearing cases. So we limited the 2 hours to 20 cases or 18 cases or.
So if someone has a violation, they may not be scheduled for the next code compliance meeting because.
My understanding is they try to hear all of the cases.
If I may interject, but part of the problem with tabling cases and pushing it, we're talking over years, is that those cases then get time on the next agenda, and then it doesn't allow you to present the new case. So you're still reviewing or going back to the cases which should have had an order rendered. So it kind of throws a wrench in the way the city does its business, or that these cases are properly being reviewed and prosecuted, or dismissed, one way or the other.
And Mayor, I would just point out that we've been talking about this for a long time. We've been getting a lot of feedback from city staff. We're hearing from the council who attends these meetings. And we've talked about making this move. I believe we even budgeted it, correct?
did.
So, why we're like, if as Councilwoman Bravo was saying, if like we're not ready to pick the one person now, but like I don't see that this is anything new. We've been talking about that we were gonna move to a magistrate. We were even talked about when we created the nuisance abatement board, that what we would do is, and we've been talking about it publicly, obviously, right? That we would move, ask those people if they would wanted to serve a nuisance abatement when that came up. But to me, it seems like a no-brainer because we've been getting feedback. This isn't something that just came out of left field about that this is something that was necessary. And the feedback we're getting is that the majority of cities do it with a magistrate rather than with the board. So I don't feel like this is something that we're pulling out of thin air.
I think, and I'll say it again, is one of the things consistently that I think we all hear from residents is, why aren't our court codes enforced? We have the code, why isn't it enforced? And I think sometimes it's because, it's just pending and pending. So it would be good to get some movement on that, yes, and consistency.
So Mayor, can we vote? Or Heidi, can we vote to have a magistrate and not pick the magistrate specifically tonight? Or does that have to be done all at once? Do we have to?
I mean, if you want a magistrate, I need to know who you would like.
Right, but I mean, to the councilwoman's point, like I feel like we're discussing whether to keep a board or have a magistrate, but we only have one option right now.
I mean, if you'd like other options, like I said, there's many qualified attorneys in Florida, South Florida. So, if it's a matter of qualifications, and you want to obtain more resumes, we can do that. If you want it to go out through that type of process, we can do that.
But can we make a decision? And I'm sorry, can we make a decision now that's what we want? Can we vote on, yes, we're going to have a magistrate and whatever process we come up with. And then that way, when we come back, all we're doing is deciding this is the person that we're going to go with.
We can get that direction. I sort of felt like that's where we were at based on last year's budget, to be honest with you. So I'm a little, I got you. I understand the discussion, but I sort of, my takeaway last budget when we were doing the budget last year was we budgeted for this and now we've brought you a magistrate consistent with that, and your code already provides for you to use either a code board or a magistrate. So if you would like additional resumes, we can certainly obtain some. We can put out a solicitation if that's what you would like to do.
I don't know that, I mean, I don't know that having several candidates to choose from that we're all going to agree on, this is the one. I can't see what specific characteristics we're going to be looking for, except that, that they have the qualifications. And I think ultimately we would ask our city attorney to make the recommendation based on the qualifications. I mean, I just can't see I can't see having 3 candidates of 4 or even 2 in front of me and trying to pick, which one do you like, and us having the discussion back and forth. I really think that that's something that we, if we're going to go with a magistrate, we would ask the city attorney to provide a recommendation as to who that is. Obviously, if this doesn't work, for some reason, then we would say, okay, we'd like to have another one. I think that the issue here is more, the magistrate. Are we going to go there? For me, the issue is the cost. The cost concern, because I noticed on here too, there's preparation. How much is the preparation for these kinds of?
Depends how good of a magistrate you have.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'd really like to get a handle on the cost because, what did we budget for this?
We budgeted, William, I think, I want to say
it was
1,500 to 2,000 a month is what you budgeted.
Is that what we have budgeted?
I got to check. I got to check. I think it was less than that, Heidi.
Okay, because we're already talking about 1,000 a month, just the minimum 4 hours. And that's really 3 hours of travel.
Here's 12 grand a year.
Okay, so for 3 hours.
Well, actually 11,000 a year because it's only 11 meetings a year.
It's a July.
Okay, so there's no budget in there for preparation. And perhaps I have no idea whether preparation is, 1 hour or.
Through the chair, I think that we all want this to work, but in order for this to work, it might seem tedious to people, but I think that we should give ourselves the opportunity to, if Heidi wants to go ahead and look for 2 or 3 people, or we want to go ahead and make recommendations so that we can have something to compare to, because every attorney has their own agreements, their own terms, their own fees. I can't sit in, I respect the fact that Ms. Mendez is here and I respect her as a professional, but she's a business person and a lawyer at the same time, and many of us are here too. I just want to open this for clarity, because a lot of times we've had the history of just taking a recommendation and just going with a recommendation. This is important and we want this to work. So unless we don't weed out the weeds first and say, okay, you know what? Basically for the same services, this person is providing the same things for such amount a little bit less, or maybe that you like some terms that some attorneys offer us that maybe will work better for our city, and vice versa. I think we should give ourselves that opportunity.
Towards that
That's all.
solution, because I'm hearing you all. I would not be the one to put it out. I'm happy to assist staff with putting out a solicitation. Other cities do that, and I'm happy to go through that process if that's what the council desires. I doubt that I would sit on the selection committee, because I don't think that would be appropriate. So we'd have to create the solicitation.
Which
put
would be
in-
an RFQ.
Right, put in.
Means there's no dollar amount associated with the response.
We can do it as a combined thing, or we can also just say, this is what we're willing to pay. And we set the fee. And give us your qualifications. If the fee is what you want to set, then tell us what the fee is, and then we can negotiate that either with Ms. Mendez or with someone else.
Well, and I think
we
that's
can
what I'd
include
like
that
to
in the
know
solicitation.
is if we've budgeted 11,000, but there's preparation work. Ms. Mendez, you've done this as a magistrate
No,
before?
I've sat in different capacities before.
What
So
do you
I
anticipate?
can explain about the preparation. So if there's
Okay.
8 cases that your code compliance division has decided is on the calendar, and it is the first or second time they've been there, then the preparation probably is reading the citation, the code citation, and any accompanying paperwork or photographs that code compliance might submit in advance. If there's 25 cases, it becomes a little more extensive. If in fact there is record accompanying paperwork that a case has been continued a year, 2 years, or 3, then there's no way for the code magistrate, you're asking any magistrate, whether it's me or not, they wouldn't be responsible in not sitting and reading the file that code compliance presented to the magistrate in preparation of the hearing. And then the hearing would go much longer than it needs to anyway. So when we say, what is that preparation? That's the number one set of preparation, is being familiar with what cases the Code Compliance Division put on the agenda to hear before the magistrate that day. Then there may be, depending on what's happened in the past, some specific legal issues that the magistrate, whoever it is, needs to research, so that whether they feel they need to research in advance, or they could say, I've heard enough of the testimony. I would like to do a little more research before rendering a ruling. These are generally the 2 biggest areas in terms of preparation. Now, if there's an extensively long hearing, they might need to review a transcript. But my understanding is that your city isn't the type of city that has, or a need for, even long, extensive hearings.
So I'm still not sure though, and I can understand that, depending on how each case, one may require very little preparation, just reading it over, and another one may require extensive. But are we then talking about $2,000 a month in expenses, or $4,000 a month in expenses for a magistrate? I just don't know. That's what I don't know. Jose, maybe you can give us an idea of with other cities is I want to make sure before we do this, and, and I personally like the idea of the magistrate. I think it's, going to serve our city, our needs, well, even though I'm extremely, like I've said, extremely grateful for the members that have served on the code compliance board. But, cost is a factor, and I don't know that we know what we're getting into if we've got something like the preparation fee of $250 an
Right.
hour. And
The
cases,
preparation fee is common in all service agreements with magistrates, especially because you're hiring lawyers, and lawyers prepare. I understand that's a civilian code board. That's a little more fluid in terms and dynamic of how they do things. But part of the whole reason for the efficient system is the preparation.
is the contract for 1 year? This contract is for 1 year?
It's for 1 year, but like most of our contracts, it has the ability to be terminated with notice. So
With
there's a
notice.
30-day notice. So
Okay, so if we were to do this and see that the costs are exceedingly high,
And also, Mayor, it strikes me that there's a 4-hour minimum, right? And if, even if you take out the travel, like, you're not going to have a 3-hour hearing. Right? So there's already going to be some time baked into there for preparation. And again, I think that I get that we budgeted a certain amount, but I just see it like we're going to be twice as efficient by all accounts in terms of how we're going to be able to get through cases and get through the docket. So I think.
okay. So I guess there's two things here for us to, I personally, Councilwoman Bravo, I don't see, that I would gain anything from viewing different candidates for this. Perhaps the price might be an issue, but the price again, I would want someone that, that is capable of doing the job. And, I would defer to our city attorneys to help me with that guidance. So unless
I
the
ask
other
Tammy a
council
question?
members.
If we're
Deal.
gonna agree on this now,
I don't know that we have to, but unless the other council members, I guess there's two things here. Is one is, do we want to see more candidates? And the other one is, do we want to vote?
Can I
take
ask
vote
a
for
question
magistrate?
of Tammy?
Yes.
Because look, at the end of the day, we do this all the time where the staff will put out a solicitation, we'll look at a number of potential candidates and we'll make a recommendation, and we go with the recommendation normally of the city. I think that it can't hurt, it can only help us for us to make it seem like, and I appreciate the fact that because there's got to be a legal opinion in terms of this recommendation. And I appreciate the fact that Heidi made a recommendation, but so the question for you, Tammy, what would a timetable be for us to do a solicitation so that this person can already if she wants to continue to throw her hat in the ring, but what would the time limit table be for us to do a solicitation so that staff could say, hey, you know what, we reviewed, we opened it up, we reviewed, this is the recommendation. Would that be like a 3-month process or something like that? Or?
Typically, it would take a 2 to 3 months process because we have to put together the actual scope of work. And again, it's what direction what council wants us to go in what direction. Obviously, it sounds like you guys want this based on more of the fee structure. So instead of maybe doing an RFQ, which is solely based on qualifications, we would do an RFP. So that scope, I'd have to really work with the attorneys and really have a detailed scope. And that scope would narrow down, well, you can only charge us for certain maybe hours of prep work. And again, I would have no,
we can,
I haven't done one, so I don't know I'd have to get some information from other municipalities as to what that scope would
So-
look like.
For what it's worth, Mayor, I favor just going with the recommendation of council, and then we could always get out of the contract if we feel like it's necessary. It'll also give us some time to see how well it works and how much more efficient it could be. And then for the next contract, we can do an RFP and we could
You want to pass motion?
Yeah, so I motion, we're looking at 11B, that we approve the special magistrate services agreement for Ms. Mendez.
Is there a second? Okay, motion dies.
Okay.
So is there another motion for anything else?
I'd like to make a motion that we have other options to look at. Listen, I'm not really, I understand that we have an issue with the price or want to look at other options, but also I'm looking at, she has an amazing resume, but I maybe am looking for someone that maybe has more experience with this type of line of work.
So do you want to make a motion?
I would like,
Can I ask for clarification on that?
yes, I see here from 2019, I see the verbiage of representing municipalities and local agencies, but then everything prior to that has, from what I see, has to do more with maybe criminal, judicial type of civil matters and stuff like that, police work and stuff like that. And again, she can probably be amazing. I just would like the opportunity to see other options. And I don't think it would
Are
hurt to
you-
see other options.
are you-
I don't.
So when you say other options, are you basing that on qualifications solely? Or do you want to work into what the mayor is requesting and base it on qualifications as well as pricing?
I would, if we could do both, that'd be great. But quality for me, I would say is qualification is very important for me because it just, I think just
Well, that negotiated price of 250 is gonna go up. If you're basing it on qualifications.
And hold on, because
I mean-
that is not fair to say. Particularly, and you don't see me get riled up like this, but particularly when you have someone with over 20 years of experience as an attorney, over 6 years as an attorney at the city level.
Okay.
So there's very few people who do the type of work that I do. That's why my firm is what it is. And we are very well qualified. So to go beyond that, then you're going to in-house city attorneys. And in-house city attorneys do not serve as magistrates. So the people who understand this, I think best, are most likely city attorneys and people who have been prosecutors, because they understand the justice system. They understand having someone accused standing before them and having to be defended and having a judge render a decision. So I do not want Ms. Mendez or any other candidate who is brought here to feel that we are, sort of destroying their reputation. And I know that that was not their councilwoman's intent, but for the public who I'm sure is listening and will later take these comments and say something else, that's not okay.
Do you have a motion, Councilwoman?
My motion is to view other options if that's possible. There's no
We will
harm
put
in
out a
that.
solicitation. We've heard the council.
Yeah, that's, okay. Is there a second for that?
If it's going to take 3 or 4 months.
Okay, so there's no second. So this motion dies too. So we are back to what are we back to? We're back to, do we keep the code compliance or do we continue to for that? But I personally would not, I'd be okay with a committee, like we've done in the past, that they review candidates and they present to us who they feel is the best suited. But personally, I don't want to review a different resumes of different attorneys and say this is the one we should choose as magistrate. And again, I'll defer to our city attorney to help us with that. It seems you've picked someone that you think is qualified, and I have no problem with that. Like I said, I'm more concerned with unexpected cost, but since we have the ability to terminate, if we find out that this is much more than what we anticipated as cost, then we
Or we may
you know.
find that it's working great and it's going to cost a little more, and then we just budget a little more
is okay,
for next time.
right? But I don't want any big surprises of, we
Right, no,
budgeted 11,000 and
I
it's
think that was
48,000.
I got you.
I think
Um,
11,000 was pretty low.
Okay, so,
Can we do it on a retainer basis?
well, I guess this is kind of a retainer basis if we can back out,
Contract.
right?
So,
It's, it's basically the same.
we-
thing.
What do you mean by that?
okay, so,
I want to
all right,
understand what you
so let me think this through, right? We budgeted $11,000.
Mhm.
Let's say we say, hey, let's go with it. And we budgeted $11,000 for the year. So say $10,000 in, it seems like we're gonna need to budget more towards it, right? So I guess that kind of, I mean, I don't know.
All right.
To me, it seems like it's necessary.
It would be good if we could make a decision tonight, but we'll have to have a motion and a second to move forward on this. Does anyone want to
Through the chair.
redo their motion?
I have a question, actually. I don't know if Heidi or Ms. Mendez can answer. When you say that if the commute is no more than an hour, what if you get stuck in traffic? What happens? It might be a silly question, but I can assure you that it takes anyone from outside of the city, almost anyone. It takes more than an hour to get here, to and from. It's capped at an hour. That's it. It's capped at a 250-hour commute, period. That was,
Sorry?
It's, so if it takes her an hour and a half to get here, she's not
can
going to
only
charge
charge
you
you
for an hour of travel. I think you're getting caught up. No, I'm not caught up. I'm just learning. Not you. I'm just in general. You're getting caught up in a detail that Ms. Mendez is going to be preparing for these hearings in a way that is appropriate. I don't see her spending an extensive amount of time having to research or prepare, because these are pretty straightforward cases. These are not Supreme Court cases for the most part. You're talking about somebody's grass is too high. They've done work without a building permit.
Dogs barking.
Well, I don't know if I would have those, but yeah, like this is not like groundbreaking, earth-shattering things. So I think she's heard you, and anyone who's heard this is going to understand that there's a level of efficiency that's expected. And frankly, if you have somebody that doesn't have the experience that she has, you may not reach that efficiency. And you're going to have somebody who spends more time having to prepare because they don't understand the process. They don't understand how this decision that the magistrate is making fits into an overall process. So, and I think if this was a city employee that we were hiring for a specific, city manager, clearly, obviously we all need to have a lot of input and would want to see different candidates and, and want to. But, we're talking about someone that's going to perform a certain position, and what we want to make sure is that they're well qualified for it. And, having our city attorneys select someone that they think is well suited for it is, seems like a streamlined way to do it. All right, so I guess we have the options here as we can just delay this, keep on as we are with Code Compliance Board, although we have openings in it that aren't filled. It could just as likely in August, not meet a quorum again, which again pushes things forward. Or we can try to.
And Mayor, were we to do, did you want to say something? If you want to jump in, or do you?
Go ahead and make your motion.
Okay, all right. But I will just ask a question. The Code Compliance Board, Erica, they weren't going to meet now for July, right?
Recess.
But if we go, like the magistrate they're not taking.
I believe she was ready for August.
She was ready for when?
For August. I saw it in here.
For August. Okay. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the Special Magistrate Services Agreement with Ms. Mendez.
Is there a second? I'm going to go ahead and second that. Not because
not because of its entirety of what's presented to me, but I feel that time is of essence. And I think that our code, we're missing what, like half of the people? We don't have anybody serving.
Barely, I mean.
So in this point, it's gonna be a trial and error, and I'm gonna look at it and have good faith with our recommendation, because I really want this to work, but I also understand that our city needs help. And maybe these are very minimal times I'm gonna make a decision under pressure, because I don't work that way. But considering the risk and the pro and the con here, it's not that crazy. If anything, we're going to get something out of this. So that's why I'm seconding the motion. I like to second with an explanation, because I just want people to understand that we're in dire need.
Noted. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? Okay, call the vote. Vice Mayor Behet?
Yes.
Councilman Best?
Nay.
Councilwoman Bravo? Yes. Councilman Vasquez? Mayor Mitchell? Yes. The motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Welcome, Ms. Mendez. Yes, thank you. Still there. The next agenda item, let's see, is the discussion of the Miami Association of Realtors grant for the placement of the city sign.
Yes, Mayor Council. Let me read the memo into the record, and then we can discuss the specifics and our recommendation. The Miami
William, if you'd
Association.
like to read it. If
Can you
your
hear
voice
me?
is giving- If you're having trouble with your voice, William, I can read it.
Okay, go ahead.
The Miami Association of Realtors has graciously offered the city another grant opportunity that involves a city name sign to be placed at a location the city chooses. On page 3 of the attachments, you have an example of the new sign they approved for the city of Doral at their new White Horse Park. There are 2 types of signs available. On page 1 is a sample of the stacked sign, which staff recommends, since this sign is approximately 18 foot wide by 4 foot letters. On page 2 is another sample, which is 33 feet in width, and the letters are not stacked. This sample would require a larger area for installation. Next, we turn to the locations on page 4 and 5, which show the area on the circle where this would fit. This faces south across from the street from the clock. On page 6 shows the area by the clock, which has also been considered. On page 7 and 8 show the Curtis median across from the golf course driving range. On page 8 shows the northernmost area of the median where the sign could be placed. The southernmost section already contains the city's welcome sign, the Wilcox Memorial, and the Garden Club area. Finally, on page 9 is a separate median area north of the median we just discussed. The realtor's grant would cover the bulk of the cost. The city would be responsible for the concrete pad required to install the sign, as well as placement of 1 to 2 park benches in the vicinity in order to create a community and visitor gathering place for pictures and lighting for the sign. Projected cost to the city is under $3,000. Our future plans, once this part of the project is complete, is to establish a committee for the art and public spaces place, and do a call to artists to come up with ideas on adding artwork to the signage. At this time, staff would request council's direction on which sign you would like to be used for that area. So it's either the stacked sign that has the Miami Springs at the bottom, or the non-stacked signs, and which of the locations would be best appropriate.
And I just want to say, I really, it's wonderful when new businesses come to the city and they reach out and ask, how they can help in the city, and the Realtors Association, for the past, this is the 3rd year that they've reached out to us and said, we've got grants, placemaking grants for, your city. What would you, tell us what projects you'd like to do and, and let us just suggest some possibilities of different projects that we would like to do. This one is, I think, something that it's really, we've talked about making sure that Miami Springs has a site, a location that, that's unique to it. I mean, the gazebo certainly is, but this placemaking sign is, the letters that would spell out Miami Springs. There's a park in Doral that has from the same manufacturer, and they would contract with that manufacturer to provide this. And you can see here the sign with the Doral. I drove by there. It looks great. So what we need is for the council, if we're in agreement with this, is to determine the location for it. And again, the Realtors Association would pay for the signage and for the installation of the sign.
And Council, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I didn't put it in the staff memo, but my recommendation in the median across from the driving range, there's a picture in your packet of that area. I think we should put it in the northernmost part because that's the entrance into the city from 36th Street. We already have the one sign on the southern end that says with the City of Miami Springs logo and all that. So this would, on the other side by the palm trees there, if you could look at your picture, on the northern side of that median, that would be a perfect spot that can be seen by anyone coming into the city.
William, we don't have to let you know tonight, right? Because I think all of us would kind of like to go through these areas and take a look at them in person.
No, but I would need something from all of you as soon as possible because the realtors want us to get the application in for the grant. And that requires a before picture of the area that we're planning to use. So it would be nice if we could get something within the next few days.
William, are you referring to were you
me?
referring to 8 or 9 when you just made your recommendation? Are you referring to 8 or 9 in the packet? You referring to 8?
I believe so, because he mentioned the palms.
Okay.
Yeah, picture on page 8.
8. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is the same location, William, correct, where the memorial is going?
The memorial is going to be going on one side of it, and that's why we want to put this on the northern end of that median, which would be a perfect spot for it. Then we have the entire grounds for the memorial when they decide to pick on a spot for that.
Which memorial are we talking about? The Eastern?
Yeah.
The eastern one that we just approved today.
Okay.
Yeah, but that plaque is going to go on like the southern side. But what we're looking at in number 8 here is like the northern one. I think
So when you're coming from VG towards the golf course, it'll be the sign right there.
Right.
Could we,
In that triangular little,
right there.
correct.
And I think the unstacked is a little classier than the stacked. Yeah. Don't you?
Well, it takes up more room.
More room, but it's also going to cover the whole, nicely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a thought.
But if you do, I would just keep it in mind if you plan on adding any future signs to be similar and.
Well, actually,
but 8. William, did you say that the southernmost or northernmost median in front of the driving range?
No, if you look at page 7 and 8, that's the entire median. Page 7 is showing you the southernmost part as you come in, and then page 8 is the same median, but it shows you the southern side, the northern side. I'm sorry.
The northern part of it. Okay.
Right.
Right.
Is it, I think it'd be nice, and I don't know how we could do this except maybe through our social media, through our newsletter, is to have residents provide input as
about
to
the
where they
parks?
would like to.
How about the Parks Board, Eric Ritchie's board?
or Parks Board.
Have them
Yes.
give their input.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that
To-
would be,
As to,
so that it's not just our
Fair.
decision, have
Right,
Eric
right.
Ritchie's board.
because this is
Kinda
a
give their
big
opinion.
sign and
Mayor, I just want to remind you that the senator wants us to get this application in as soon as possible because they want to do it with this year's dollars. So that's why we're here
Chair-
tonight.
Does this grant have to be for signage or can it be for something else?
it can be for something else, but I think we talked about, we've used it for tiki huts in the past, that this is something that
Right.
gives that placemaking. It has to be a
'Cause this is
placemaker for a new.
It's a placemaker and it's a showstopper, so we
Right.
have to make sure what we're gonna do. But I know that we were talking about a little bit about the dog park or trying to help that little area down there.
It
I
can't
don't
be.
know.
It can't be
something-
an existing facility.
Create a new facility. But the senator needs to have the exact location.
Yeah, but part of the application package is we have to give her a location, a picture of the location. Yeah.
Can we meet down
Yeah.
I mean,
We'll
are
see
there
it
any
on-
other locations that you're thinking of?
No, I just, we're looking at two pictures and I just kind of feel like I want to just go there and,
See it.
and, see it.
Sure.
Let's take, each of us go on our own. How about
Sure.
that? Because,
And then what, let
Can't meet
staff know,
together.
we don't want to wait, right?
and then get back to William as to your
Yeah.
And we
preferred
could have,
location. And in the meantime,
I'll
William.
reach out to
could
Eric Ritchie
reach-
and
Yes, William, could you reach out to Eric Ritchie with the Parks Board and ask for
Yeah.
their input?
Yes.
If they could give us, their recommendations and.
Sure.
I guess the other thing too is for any residents that are, listening to the meeting, reach out to one of us. If that this is on the agenda package, the locations are there, the signs are there. Reach out to one of us on the council. You have our addresses and let us know if you feel strongly, about one location over the other or the stack letters over the spread out letters. Reach out to one of us and let us know so that we can use that in our input.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
A question for William. We are talking about a tight time frame here, right? So what are we talking about? How quickly do we need to get this feedback to you?
Well, we don't meet again until the military
you
chapter.
don't.
So, we won't be back as a body together again until.
That's why we're saying, reach out to him and let him know.
Right,
so
that's
he
what I'm saying,
can-
but reach out to him by when?
how about by Friday?
So that he has the
By
time.
the end of the week, we know
That's
your
fine.
recommendation. We'll give you I will text you before Friday. what I
Okay.
think.
I'm Mayor, if for what it's worth, I'm fine with number 8 and straight, not stacked. I'm okay with that.
Did you hear that, William,
Number
for
8, you said?
Councilman Best?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with William. I'm good with number 8, page 8 on the north
Okay.
side of that parcel.
Okay.
And straight out, not stacked. That's just my thought.
Okay.
So.
That is an
let
excellent location.
The rest of us go take a look and get an idea. And if you get a chance, go by the park in Doral. It's called
seen it.
White.
Yeah.
White
I've seen it.
Park.
I've seen that, Maria. I know what you're talking
White,
And
white,
it's right-
white forest park.
White what park?
Forest.
White
Forest.
forest park.
Horse.
It's white horse.
White course. Yes. Okay. Yes, it's like the golf course
Mhm.
that
Right.
white. It's right. If you know where would I explain it? The Leon Medical Center on Northwest 36th Street, right behind that on 41st Street.
Hmm.
There's a park there, but it looks really great. And again, it's so nice when, the businesses that are coming to Miami Springs, new businesses or existing businesses, and a lot of existing businesses are wonderful with this, also keep reaching out and trying to see how they can make our city more beautiful and how they can help us with projects that we'd like to do. So we're very appreciative.
If you're planning to go out there, so you can put it on your ways, it's 8429 Northwest 41st Street.
Okay. And, all right, so we'll get you that information. Everybody can go look at these pieces, and William, you'll reach out to Eric Ritchie on the Parks Board and ask for their input. Let's go to other business, 12A, and to follow up on the charter section relating to partial terms of office.
I can chime in, I think.
So this is in follow-up to Vice Mayor Fahad's item from, I think, 2 meetings ago or 1 meeting ago. So you have a charter section that currently provides that if you serve any part of a term of office, you're deemed to have served the entire term. So if you serve, the language reads, the holding of an elective office for a portion of any term shall be deemed as serving the full number of years of the term of the said elective office. So if you serve 1 month because you're coming in to serve a vacancy that comes up and you are only serving for a month or 2 months or 4 months, you're deemed to have served 2 full years. So based on the direction we received at the May 23rd council meeting, we looked at possible alternatives to that charter provision. And so we've given you 2 models based on what we've reviewed. And it's fairly simple how some other places treat partial terms of office. One approach is that a partial term of office doesn't count as a full term if you are appointed or elected to fill a vacancy. So you serve 2 months, that doesn't count against your term limits. The second model that we've seen is a partial term would only count as having served a full term if you serve a certain amount of time. So if you serve more than, and in most of the charters that we looked at, typically it was half the duration of a full term. So if you serve, in our case, if you serve a year or more, then you would have been deemed to have served the full term. But if you serve only for 4 months to complete someone else's term, then that wouldn't count against you. So I think on page 2 of our memo, we gave you a sample. This is not exactly what it would be. We tried to come up with some charter language somewhat quickly, but just so that you could see what it would look like if the charter were revised. You have model number 1, where it would not holding the elective office for a portion of a term would not count as serving the full term. And then model 2, where holding the office would serve only if you hold it for more than half a term. Or the way it's worded is it only counts, it doesn't count if you hold it for less than half the term. So it's stated a little differently. So those were the 2 options that we found were most, I guess, pervasive throughout Miami-Dade County and other cities' charters. So if the council desired to have the charter revised, that would require a referendum. It would have to go to the voters. You could technically get it on the November ballot, but I don't think that that's the goal. That would increase costs to the city. So there's no urgency to get it done. So you could put it on in your April 2023 ballot if you wanted to send this type of question to the voters. And in order to do that, you would simply need to direct us to prepare the appropriate ballot language. It would likely come back to you in the fall so that we don't call the special election too early. And that's just a function of working within the county's charter that we can't really call for special elections more than 120 days before the actual election. So if you wanted to do that, we would prepare a resolution calling for a special election to send this ballot question to amend the charter to the voters. And it could be added to the April election. There's certainly other options when it comes to scheduling elections, but that would seem to be the most efficient and cost-effective approach. You already are having an election, as you all know, in April. So adding on a ballot question is, there is a cost to it, but it's not the cost of a standalone election or adding the question on to an election where the city's not participating, so to speak.
So, Mayor, if you don't mind, the reason I brought this up in terms of this change of the charter is because of what happened to me. But I want to be clear from our last discussion that the fix that I feel I'm proposing, it will not apply to me. I do not want I didn't know when I ran that the 7 months that I was serving were going to count as 2 years. So 2 years gone, right? I don't have a problem with that. I do not want the fix to affect me at all. This is all going forward. But it came up in our last discussion about, because I mentioned that, like, if I had known that one day that our charter mentions that one day equals a 2-year term, that I would have kind of thought twice. And I know that the discussion was like, well, we got to make sure that we tell candidates that, but then they'll think twice before running, which again, what I think the unintended consequence of the way our charter is written is that it dissuades good people from running, because as Ariel could tell us, right, like, campaigning is time consuming and it's costly and it's not always fun. And if you're going to campaign to fill a vacancy that's opened in between elections, and then just several months later, you need to start qualifying again because you got to run again, that's just, I feel like that's just pushing good people away. And I think that the evidence of that is from talking to Heidi and your colleague, is that what you see in other municipalities is that either they don't have explicit language about rules about partial terms, but when they do, what you see is either, hey, if you serve a partial term because you're filling in a spot, it doesn't count, which I don't think is reasonable. Or there's like if you serve half of it, then it counts as a full term, which I think is reasonable. But what you rarely see is the way we have it, because I don't think that it makes much sense that you come in for a day and it counts as a 2-year term. So I think that that's all the proof that we need, that this is something that doesn't make a lot of sense. And I think that it's costing us because I think good people are not going to want to run. And the whole reason it came up is because Councilman Vasquez was going to be stepping down. We didn't know what the timing of that was going to be, but we were going to basically be in the same situation where I filled in for somebody. So it strikes me that the majority of people that have rules do it differently from what we do, because what we do, I think, doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think that having language to the effect of like what they found in other municipalities, that, hey, if you serve half the term, okay, that's your full term, right? It counts. If you serve a year, then it counts as 2. But if you're serving 5 months, 7 months, it shouldn't count as a 2-year term, because that's just going to dissuade good people from running, my opinion.
Do we need a motion on this, Heidi? Or do you just need direction?
If you want to send a question to the voters, I would need a direction. And then I would bring back a resolution, like I said, sometime in the fall.
So what we're talking about is whether for the next election, which is the regular election that we would
Yes.
have, not a special election, to add this in the ballot as to whether, well, I guess we're going to pick one, right?
Yes, I would also need that direction.
Right, pick one. To me, what makes sense would be that if you
Half a year.
serve half of that term, it counts, half or more of that term, it counts as a full term. If you serve less than, a term is 2 years. So if you serve less than 2 years,
Or less than a year.
less than a year, excuse me, if you serve less than a year, then it doesn't count. It's just one of those flukes. So, and then that would appear for the voters to vote on. If they vote against it, then it just stays kind of like where it is, where, depending on
Right.
what happens, we treat it as case by case.
Did somebody want to chime in?
Okay, so do you need a motion for that? then, or just direction or a motion?
Is there consensus to bring that resolution back to you in the fall?
I think what,
Doesn't mean, it's not binding at this point. You would still have to
No.
vote on the resolution.
I think the fair thing to do here, and the vice mayor makes a good point. It isn't really fair. I've been in the position a few times myself, but not necessarily in Walter's position, but I know what he's saying, and I think to put it out to the voters would be the right thing to do in April. And I think it should be, like the mayor just mentioned a moment ago, if it's in it over half the amount of the term, then it counts.
counts as a
If
full
not,
term.
if it's less than or equal, then
Then it doesn't count.
correct.
Okay. Okay.
So you could, I think
And
that kind of
as far as-
verbiage.
As the vice mayor running again, I don't think that that is something we have to include one way or the other. That shouldn't apply. Would that apply to him? I mean, that's something that.
I think
or is
that we could frame it so that it
And we
that it
just
wouldn't
leave it-
affect him, but his intent, that's not his intent.
It's not
So
his
I
intent, but
wouldn't
it
do
might
a
change
carve
down the
out.
Road, I don't see what, I mean, we're still talking about, this is your second term.
I'm in
Now
my
it's the second term, yeah.
I'm finishing up my,
Yeah,
I'm on my
still
second
two
term.
more.
already.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
Not
so
his
let's
third
leave
term,
it like
yeah.
this. Let's not complicate things. We'll just
Yeah.
leave it like this. That's not
So-
specified. You,
So I think we've got,
yes, so.
I
Consensus.
just wanted
Yes,
just a point of clarification, because I missed that meeting. It's the meeting that I was sick.
Mhm.
And I'm sure I saw something about this. And I forgot what date that was,
May 23rd.
May 23rd. Okay. So my letter of resignation had gone into 20th, which had indicated that I was leaving in November.
Mhm.
So, but just to clarify that I was very clear about that. And in fact, I had conversations with the attorney and with William about what kind of made sense. And I really wanted to do as much as I could and stay on post as much as I could. So that was a reason for my selecting that date, and that is the official date of the beginning of the new
Term.
county commission. So, and I leave no matter what, and I will have a full term. So that's just clear on that. And what happens forward, I don't know.
Okay,
One race at a time.
all right. That's right.
Heidi, his resignation is effective November? Or no, all the way, November
22.
22nd.
Okay,
So
which is
that's not a-
similar what happened
that's
with
not a
Jaime.
full term though,
Chilano.
right?
That's
that
not,
will-
but what happened, and we'll
Secular.
deal with it then with what happened in the past when we had two council members resigning, that they were running for the same position, but one resigned as effective May.
But just to clarify, because he said that won't be a full term. If you would go to April, that would be a full term. How we fill that
No.
vacancy.
If the model that we're looking
If
at.
the
is-
person, if they,
you have
if
served
they serve.
a year or more,
Right.
Right.
that's a full term.
Yeah, but you'll be gone by then. This is going to go to an election
Yeah.
in April.
Right.
It'll be on the
right.
ballot in
But-
April.
But my point is that technically, if I said I'll run again in April or whatever, I mean, it counts as, I would have served the full term, right? Because leaving in November is more than a year.
Yeah, because you're on your way to
No,
the
you would have
second
served
year
it-
already in the
On day
term.
one, you would have served a full term.
Right,
The way
exactly.
it's written now, so.
So it's a
But
full term.
even the way, if it
Yes,
if it
you would
reads
have-
the other way, it's still.
Doesn't
Right,
matter.
because you
If-
would have
if
served
we-
almost
If
two
the voters
years.
accept
Yes.
that kind of recommendation, it'll still be a full term.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, either way, I just want to be clear because my name was mentioned and I want to,
Right.
for the record.
Okay.
Mayor, we're approaching 11 o'clock and I would need a motion to extend the meeting beyond 11. So.
Yes, let's, is everyone okay to extend? We do have to take a motion if we extend beyond 11. If not, we're going to come back here tomorrow. Let's,
Yeah.
we'll try to move along.
Okay.
Okay?
So we're
Is
going
that
to,
okay
a-
with
Motioning
everyone?
to-
we're going with a vote for this, right?
If we were attorneys, we could order dinner and bill it to the client, right?
We
When
could.
it's this late, right, Ariel? Oh,
Well, we could.
We could still order it and bill it to ourselves.
yeah. In our
Sandwiches,
case, we'll order and take out our
happy to
credit
take you
cards.
out for dinner.
Sam-
So do we need a
sandwiches and
motion
coffee?
No, you have the consensus you need, right? To
To extend
on-
this.
for-
Directional
On
ARB.
item.
On 12A.
On 12A,
Yes.
Do you need
You
some
have-
I
one
have
or two?
consensus, right?
Yeah,
All
yeah.
five of you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds
okay.
like it.
Yeah.
Do you
So we
need
will
a
bring that
vote
back.
on extending it beyond 11 or just consensus?
You should do a motion, and just in an abundance of caution, I would just do
We should
a
by voice
motion to
vote.
extend to midnight.
All right, let's do that. And let's do it now so that we don't get stuck in a discussion.
Gotta
We
do
have
it
to
every
break.
15
my
minutes.
And we'll vote again when it
There a
goes to
motion?
1 a.m.
Every 15 minutes, it's got to be renewed.
No.
It's in there.
No, she's-
It's been many years since we've had to do this, Councilman.
I
but
know that.
will
I-
take your word for it.
It
that
is. It's every
15
15.
minutes,
Billy
isn't
Man
it?
used to go crazy with this.
Okay,
Wait a
so
minute.
we
We're
will
not-
extend,
we're changing the wrong thing in the charter.
yeah, tell me about it.
We should cap
Motion to
meetings.
extend
Just
then by someone.
a motion,
until
motion, motion.
11:15.
motion
Second,
was done.
let's do it.
Seconds, first,
Let's
second,
go.
third.
Okay,
Okay, let's
right.
finish here.
Take a vote.
I heard consensus on that.
Yeah, it's
I heard
5-0.
voice
Yeah.
5-0.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
You got it.
Okay, next agenda item, follow-up discussion on, sorry, the county's rapid transit zone.
RTZ, yeah.
An update. Heidi, you want to provide that?
I thought you were
William?
providing. an update, Mayor.
No.
I'm sorry. I thought this was your item.
Okay, no, I just wanted it to be updated, but I'll provide what I know about it is, basically,
It's going back to the
we
county
have,
commission.
yes, we have provided it's basically what, I said last week.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gilbert has presented to the county commission. He had never presented anything before to the county commission. He had just floated something around last year of what his proposed rapid transit zone was, and it severely impacted municipalities. He has now presented something officially to the county for the first reading to the Board of County Commissioners. It's a much different version of what was presented before. It specifically says single-family home areas will not be included in the rapid transit zone. It allows municipalities, William, you can chime in on some of the stuff, but it allows municipalities basically control right over their zoning.
Correct.
Yeah. So
It's a very different version, but we still have some concerns with some of the, not for the bird section, but some concerns for the Miami International,
the Abraham tract.
the Abraham track and the Miami International Airport station that borders there. And so we sent Commissioner, the Vice Chair, our position, our city's position on it, which our attorneys worked on. And we got back a response, and we're having a meeting this week, I think Wednesday or Thursday,
Wednesday at 2:00.
with the county planner to further discuss this. We are trying as hard as possible to make sure that, nothing of this rapid transit zone is negatively impacting Miami Springs, while at the same time recognizing that the reason that it was proposed is because something has to be done to improve transportation throughout the county, and that's the vice chair's goal. So anyway, we'll keep you updated.
And I believe, Mayor, the item is going to be held on the same day as the annexation hearing, July 7th.
Okay, so it's at the Board of County Commissioners. It'll be on July 7th. So that's a really busy day at the Board of County Commissioners for us, for our city. If you can be there, I suggest you please be there. It's important to talk and present our city's position and the importance of, yes, that's right, because you can be there the entire day, waiting for it to be heard.
And perfect segue.
And yes, and so the next item is just an update on the Fourth City Annexation Agreement application, which is also up for and to be heard in front of the county commissioners on July 7th. As you know, the last time that we last month, when I can't really remember the date, but we were there for the meeting, and the meeting went on and on and on. Councilman Vasquez was there, and they never got to our annexation issue, and then the meeting was adjourned for lack of quorum. So it's now back on July 7th. We'll be there. It's the annexation agreement interlocal with 4 municipalities: Medley, Doral, Virginia Gardens, and Miami Springs. This has been going on for almost 20 years. We've had 2 referendums in the city of Miami Springs. The most recent one was 4 years ago. to make sure that the residents of Miami Springs are for the annexation. Both of the referendums, the residents have voted for the annexation. And the reasons for it are many. One of them is that it's important for any community, any thriving community, to have a substantial business component, commercial component to it in order to thrive. All the major cities that you think of, like Coral Gables that we've talked about, have that component along with the residential. And also our millage rate is one of the highest in the county because we don't have a commercial industrial area. There's been some misinformation out there about, the persons in the commercial area, that their millage rate, they'll be paying what ours is of 7.2, just total misinformation. We've stated our millage rates will come down when we have a greater commercial component. And last week, we met with some of the owners that wanted to, our city attorney and our city manager, myself, with some of the owners that had some questions about the annexation. It went really well. They asked really good questions. We answered as much as possible. And we'll see what happens now with the, they're good business owners. They want the best for their area. And, we fully want to respect them and work with them as much as possible. So we'll see what happens on July 7th.
Through the chair on that point.
Yes, sir.
Because it was important. It was eye-opening for me first of all, Mikey and I were waiting to get our pass, and I had my city shirt, and I had a couple of business guys who were really complaining. And I think in all fairness, and then this came out later in the conversation with the business people from Medley, and that kind of battle went back and forth. But the essence of it was that the business people that I was talking to, and what I heard from some of the people in front of the commission, was that they had a lot of questions, and they didn't feel that there was good conversations going in about what this was going to mean for them. And so many of the business owners that were testifying were talking about the cost increase for them and so forth and so on. So I'm glad that you all had this meeting and with some of the business people affected from our agreement that you can get these things out. And I think that probably bodes well for when our turn comes up, because that Medley discussion, that was pretty contentious.
These business owners that we met with, and they don't represent all the business owners. It was just a group of them that wanted to meet with us. Were very impressive business owners, and they care a great deal about, doing the best that they can for that area. And they have valid concerns. And we, I think there was a misunderstanding as to with the millage that they would, automatically come up to our millage rate, which has never been the intent.
Right.
So we'll keep you posted, but please, if you can, be at the meeting on July 7th at the Board of County Commissioners.
And I think it's a morning.
It starts at 9:30, but councilman, as you said, bring lunch and perhaps
Bring dinner.
dinner, right? Because
Lunch and a snack.
yeah. Okay, so the next agenda item is discussion on the mileage, millage, excuse me, millage.
It's past
Cap
11.
setting, yes.
Just wanted to remind everyone, there's a typo on the agenda. The millage cap setting meeting is for July 20th. That's a Wednesday, July 20th. And then remind all the residents that our 2 August budget workshops will be on August 15th and the 29th, both Mondays in August.
Sure.
William, thank you for saying that. And please, if any residents are listening, these are budget workshops are just really, really important for us to hear from you, for residents to be active in that. And even if you can't attend the budget workshops, reach out to one of us on the city council ahead of time and let us know if you have items that you would like to see on the budget, items that you want, considered for removal from our past budgets, bring them, let us know your input. The budget workshops are when we prepare, consider, what we can do with the budget. Our goal is always to provide the best services possible at the lowest rate. But, we also want to provide for our community and make it better. You know, there's no reason that we have to stay the same. You know, we're always aiming to improve and be better than we were last year. And I'm sure that future councils will be doing the same thing. So it's really important to have input from our residents for the budget process. Okay, I think we're at the point of city attorney. We might make it before the 11:15.
No report.
Okay.
Okay, city manager.
Nothing, Mayor. Just want to thank everybody for all their well wishes and all that. Hopefully I'll be back in the office Wednesday morning. And I just wanted to thank everyone, and I want to thank especially Tammy for doing a great job tonight sitting in for me. And I don't know who is the new assistant city manager sitting next to her, but
I know.
I've never seen
Yeah. William, he had to get sworn in to sit there.
Right. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Nothing to report. Happy 4th of July, everybody.
Okay, Councilman Vasquez.
Nothing. Happy 4th.
Councilman Best.
Keep it going.
See everybody at the parade. Happy 4th. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. And Councilwoman
Nothing to
Bravo.
report. Good night.
All right. Okay, I do have something that I wanted to ask, but it's kind of a bomb.
Uh-oh.
So
Another 15 minutes.
Here at 11
I
o'clock.
will just say it's 11. It's very late. I will just say it involves parking fees, and I'll just leave it for our next meeting. I don't think this is the time to bring it up.
The hour.
Yes. Okay.
That's quite a cliffhanger.
Yes.
I like it though.
Stay tuned.
Episode.
Give us a whole, give us a whole
For
month to
August.
think
We will
about it.
continue the
Tune in.
parking fees. And oh, this is how they do those commercials, right? They leave the person, you know,
Yeah.
like, and then they go to the commercial.
Gavel.
Oh,
There you go.
All right. Otherwise,
Meeting
we gotta-
adjourned.
We gotta go for another 15 minutes. Or be in violation.
Oh, thank you.
did you know we give a prize for the person? who
Yes,
stays
I
the
will.
longest?
Thank you.
Between you and George. Oh.